You gotta talk louder.
Old meal, but new to us.
Right, okay, it's cookie command. Oops.
Good evening. Welcome to the April
geez.
18th meeting of the Lawrence, Kansas Historic Resources Commission. Shall we begin with a roll call vote? And introductions?
You just want us to start?
Yeah, actually, I guess we don't have any Zoom. Do we have any Zoom participants?
Are you ready for the Zoom?
Yeah, do the
Oh,
preamble.
okay. Welcome to the April 18th Historic Resources Commission meeting. My name is Ellie Mullins, and with me is Lynn Braddock-Zollner, the Historic Resources Administrator, and Avery Kerner, Planner 2. Together, we will work alongside the chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. Before we begin, I have just a few reminders to share. Tonight's meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. For those who are attending the meeting virtually, please remember to mute yourself when you are not actively speaking to help minimize distractions. When the chair calls for public comment on an item, anyone attending in person may approach the podium to speak. If you are attending the meeting virtually and would like to provide public comment on an item, please use the raise hand feature to be called upon. We also ask that everyone state their name before they speak to ensure that everyone is able to follow along. And now I will turn the meeting back over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Jay Hawley, Vice Chair, President.
Jody Meyer, new appointee, president.
Jean Klein, present.
Will Haynes, present.
With 4, we have quorum.
Do we?
Yeah. I hope we do. Avery, confirmed my math?
Yes.
Excellent. Avery, do we have any communications before the board? We have numerous.
We do, and I'll go over a few of those with you. You had several communications that were added to the agenda items specifically for item D1, the landmark nomination, item D6, historic markers for Nick Rice and Rick Dowdell, and item D7, Historic Preservation Fund grants. Those are located with those agenda items. You also had a communication from the State Historic Preservation Office for the nomination of 847 Ohio Street to the National Register of Historic Places. Typically, when we receive notification of these nominations as a certified local government, the Historic Resources Commission has the opportunity to comment on those National Register nominations to if there are things that need to be changed in the nomination, or if the nomination appears to meet the criteria for designation as a structure on the National Register of Historic Places. This would be the time to make those comments. Typically, the Historic Resources Commission reviews these nominations, and if you agree with the nomination material, directs staff to draft a letter for the chair or for staff on behalf of the commission to send to the Historic Sites Board of Review in support of the nomination. And I hope you had a chance to read this nomination. It's very interesting. It's a building I've admired for a long time and have hoped in my dreams that it would be listed in the register someday. And I do note that the person who was working on the application is in the audience if we have questions for but I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have, or if you want to have discussion, or you can even open it up for public comment if you want to. The other communications, you have one regarding 847 Ohio Street from the Lawrence Preservation Alliance supporting that nomination. And then you also have a general communication about the municipal stadium at Hobbs Park. Some of you have been with us for a while, know that Hobbs Park in its entirety is listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, and Municipal Stadium is identified as part of the important part of that park. The Murphy Bromlesick House is also included in that nomination. When the park went through the landmark nomination for the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, we investigated listing the property in the National Register of Historic Places. We did a PSIQ for the state. They determined that they looked at it a little bit differently because the Bromlesick House had been moved, and determined that the Bromlesick House would be eligible for the Kansas Register, but that the municipal stadium would be eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. At that time, Parks and Recreation was not interested in pursuing a National Register nomination for the structure. You have a communication from an individual who thinks that the structure should be listed in the National Register. Staff concurs with that it should be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. It's got quite a bit of interesting history to go along with it. For baseball fans, the Monarchs played there. But anyway, I won't go into that. But, so it's listed as a general communication tonight, but you may also want to discuss it when we talk about HPF grants, whether or not that is one that the commission thinks that cities should seek funding to hire someone to write that National Register nomination for the park. So you don't have to take any action on that communication, but if you have any direction for staff, we're happy to take that. And so with that, I would bring it back to 847 Ohio Street, National Register nomination for any discussion you might have about the National Register nomination.
Well, this is Commissioner Klein. I, too, am incredibly thrilled about the nomination of the 9th Street Baptist Missionary Church. I thought that the nomination had an excellent history, thorough and detailed and very well documented. This is a major church of Lawrence with an incredible history. I noticed the date was December of 2019, and I was just kind of curious why it's coming to us now instead of back in 2030.
It was originally slated to go to the Historic Sites Board of Review. The church had discussions at that time and decided not to pursue listing and held off for a little while they discussed it further as a church, whether or not they wanted to go ahead and pursue listing. And now at this time, they've decided to pursue listing. That's why you're seeing it now.
Okay, well, I support this nomination for the two historic registers 100%.
To be discussed. Any other communications we need to talk about at this time that apart from agenda items?
No, but if you want, this would be the appropriate time to direct staff to draft a letter to the Historic Sites Board of Review with the Historic Resources Commission support for the National Register nomination of 847 Ohio Street.
And I would move accordingly. Commissioner Klein moves that we request staff to approve moving forward on a Kansas and National Register of Historic Places for the 9th Street Baptist Missionary Church at 847 Ohio Street before the deadline of May, as I recall.
Commissioner Klein has a motion. Commissioner Hawley would like to second that. With the Lynn point of protocol, when we're all in person, do we need to do roll call vote or can we do the ayes?
You can do ayes.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to item A2, disclosure of ex-parte communications. Does anyone have any?
I have I had an ex parte communication with a committee of a local organization in regard to the Dowdell and Rice markers.
Commissioner Klein, could you disclose what that discussion entailed?
Just what would happen at this meeting and what was provided in the agenda packet.
Any others? No? Hearing none. Moving on to item A3, declaration of abstentions for specific agenda items. Does anyone need to declare the intent to abstain?
No.
Seeing none. Item A4, committee reports.
We did have a committee meeting for, it was the group that's been a working committee for the past 4 years for the Rice and Dowdale markers, met via a Zoom meeting to put together the information that is in your packet this evening, and we can discuss that meeting with that agenda item.
Commissioner Haynes, there was also the Brick Streets and Sidewalks Committee met for the first time on March 25th. There was a discussion of how to implement a plan, developing a plan that incorporates public feedback on brick streets and sidewalks. And there was a discussion of the values that people associate with those. And furthermore, Cece from the city staff organized an open house on April 4th. For the public. There was a community conversation on brick streets and sidewalks, collecting the public's values and feedback about them. And she drafted or created a survey, which is available to the public through tomorrow. It's been up for a while, but it's up until tomorrow. There's a paper copy available, I believe, from the city's offices, but also it's available online at lawrenceks.org/brick.
Excellent. Thank you for the reminder. Moving on to item B, consent agenda. Action summaries, considering approval. Has everyone had a chance to review?
Yes, Commissioner Klein moves acceptance of to approve the action summaries of the February 15 and the March 21, 2004 HRC meetings.
We have a motion. Commissioner Hawley will second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Hearing none. Ayes have it. Item B2, administrative approvals. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda item report?
Again, Commissioner Klein would move approval of the design review applications according to the standards and information listed in the staff report for each application.
Let's just keep things rolling. Commissioner Hawley will second that great motion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Ayes carry. Next item is public comment. Lynn, could you please speak to our options for, there's a large number of public comment, but I don't have any indication of the length of our board's options, whether we institute the 3-minute rule or what guidance we'd have at this time before opening for public comment.
That's up to the Historic Resources Commission. If you choose, because of the length of your agenda and the potential amount of public comment, you can limit public comment to 3 minutes per. It's typically been 3 minutes per person per topic, or not. It's up to the discretion of the commission.
But do we, go ahead.
Oh, this is Commissioner Meyer. This is just the general public comment period portion of the evening, not the time to talk about regular agenda items. So I guess the question is there any general public comment at this time?
Right, and you would want to discuss whether or not you want to limit public comment for the entire evening.
Yeah, I think 3 minutes would.
Or whether or not you want to just leave it as is and
Right.
move forward.
I think a 3-minute limit is appropriate for any general comments about items not already on the agenda.
Just as point of order, this would be for setting the limits for both the public comment and the specific item agenda. Is that
It would be
correct?
for public comment for the evening, yes.
Okay, sure.
What are your thoughts on?
Do you need a motion?
I'd be curious if anyone has opinions one way or the other.
Not really.
I don't.
You want a motion?
Sure.
Okay, I move that we limit public comments to 3 minutes per individual in the, what's the word I want? To be concise about everyone's individual opinions or comments, perspectives about general issues as well as issues on the agenda for this evening's meeting.
Do we have a second?
Commissioner Haynes, second.
All those in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed, none abstained. Motion carries. With that, can we open to public comment, please?
This would be for the public is allowed to speak on any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda or their regular agenda portions of the agenda after first being recognized by the chair. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments, questions to the commission and are allowed 3 minutes.
And with that, does anyone have any general public comment? So we'll have comment on specific items on the agenda as they come forward. This is just for general comment apart from those enumerated items. Do we have anyone online, Avery?
I'm not seeing anyone online.
Okay. Close the public comment for the evening and move on to item D, public hearing items.
Good evening, Commissioners. Lynn Braddock-Zollner, Historic Resources Administrator for the city. This is a landmark nomination for 2415 Clinton Parkway, the First Presbyterian Church. You did hear the beginning of this nomination at your meeting last month, and the nomination public hearing was continued till this evening. To allow for additional time for property owners within 250 feet of the nominated property. Additional time to learn more about the nomination. There were, the legal notice was sent out in accordance with the code, but due to some delivery with the post office, some of the landowners did not get that nomination notification with enough time to prepare for last month's meeting. So the Historic Resources Commission continued the public hearing to this evening. So with the announcement of this item, we have reopened that public hearing for the landmark nomination for First Presbyterian Church. This is the property location here at 2415 Clinton Parkway. Clinton Parkway is here on the north of the property. Just a few of the exterior photographs of the structure. The nomination was included in your agenda packet. If you notice, there are a couple changes from the last time we looked, last month when we looked at the nomination. Since then, the property has been listed in the National Register of Historic Places, so it is listed in the National Register of Historic Places now, as well as the Register of Historic Kansas Places. This is showing the main entrance to the church. The apostles' windows that are mentioned in the nomination. This shows the 250-foot context area that would exist if the property is listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. In the staff report, there's a section of the staff report that discusses context, and I think it's important to note when we're looking at this nomination, when the church bought the property, all of this land was undeveloped, with the exception of there was a little bit of development at 23rd and Iowa, but most of this was undeveloped land. These properties to the south of the church started developing around the same time as the church. There's still some undeveloped land to the west of the church and to the north of the church that would be in that context area. When staff was looking at describing the context of the area, and it's also in the National Register nomination, there really is no cohesive context for this property, for this 250-foot context area. There are differences in setbacks, there are differences in building types, there are differences in uses, there are differences in heights. There really is no common denominator for any of the area surrounding the church property in that 250-foot area. So new construction in the context area or reviewing permits in the context area would look mainly toward would there be an impact on the church itself, and it would be very difficult in staff's opinion to prove that new construction in those areas, because of the siting and the lack of cohesive context, to prove that there would be impacts on the church. That being said, the projects would still be reviewed using Chapter 22, those standards and guidelines that are in Chapter 22, and would look for them to meet those guidelines in Chapter 22 for context area review. The property is being nominated for its architecture, and it does meet the criteria for architecture in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, and that's criteria 4. And staff is recommending that you adopt the attached resolution that is in your packet this evening, Resolution 2024-01, and direct staff to forward the nomination with the resolution and the report required by Chapter 22, Section 22-406B to the Lawrence City Commission for review. The City Commission is the final authority on landmarking properties in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. You have a lot of communication for this item that was attached to it. There is legal action pending with the church and property to the west of the church, and I'll show you. We'll go back to that map. To this property over here to the west. Staff did a review and looked at whether or not that impacts whether or not the church meets the criteria in Chapter 22 for being landmarked as a landmark on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places for architecture, and didn't find any correlation between the two or any reason that one would have an impact on the architectural merit of the church. So staff is recommending that you go ahead and adopt that resolution and recommend placing the First Presbyterian Church on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, making that recommendation to the City Commission. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you might have.
Does any member of the commission have questions for Lynn?
Well, I'm going back to read 406B. I was reading all of, skimming most of Article 4 in regard to protests, that there must be an at least 50% of property owners within the context area would protest, so could you, or make protest. So can you clarify the oppositional letters that we have, and to what extent they affect the, this commission moving to accept staff's recommendation to forward this nomination to the national and state historic registers?
Okay, so in Chapter 22, for individual landmark nomination, there is no protest provided for property owners within the context area. The only protest allowed for landmark property would be by the property owner of that property. The protest is if there's a historic district. That's the section that's outlined in Chapter 22 as far as the protest procedures for a nomination. So for an individual landmark nomination, there's not a protest procedure by property owners within the context area. And the property is already listed in the national and state register. This is just for the Lawrence Register nomination.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission at this time? With that, would any member of the public like to speak on this item?
Thank you. My name is Jeff Southard. I live at 724 Indiana. I'm a member of First Presbyterian Church and also a person who submitted this designation request. I suspect the commission will be presented with one or more misleading arguments against making this designation. I'd like to cover those if I can. It is true that First Presbyterian has been in a lawsuit against the city of Lawrence for the last 3 years. It's based on what the church feels is an incorrect application of a building code provision involving duplexes. It has nothing to do with historic designation in any way, shape, or form. It will probably be alleged, though, that our church's desire to obtain this designation is part of a scheme to stop development on the west side of Crestline. If that were actually true, which it's not, why didn't the church do this 3 years ago rather than waste all this time and money with the lawsuit, which will go on whatever this commission does? And win or lose, First Presbyterian is still going to seek this designation, as we have from the state and the federal governments. This designation has nothing to do with the lawsuit. It grew out of an effort about a year ago at our church for two purposes. One, to honor the men and women who made the move, it was many years ago, a few of whom are still left, their vision and sacrifice and really vision to go out to what was then a very undeveloped part of town. And also, we wanted to be eligible for the state credits for property tax relief so that we can put solar panels on our roof, and that will help pay for that. So it took about 80 hours to put the material together for the state. We got the designation last November. It was then forwarded on to the federal government, Department of the Interior. Heard from them a few weeks ago. So with two in hand, it seemed only logical to go to the third one, the city approval. The city staff has now made their recommendation too, which, as you just heard. Basically, you're going to be presented with a false premise, I think. If FPC gets historic designation, all development of adjoining properties is doomed forever. That's simply not true. You can have both. Your alternative is to let the adjoining property owners have basically veto power over historic designation. If that's true, then why have the process at all? Why have this commission at all? It would be a truly dangerous precedent to allow that to happen. The argument that somehow another property owner might in the future be somehow inconvenienced by this designation. You should not go there as a body. Finally, it may also be argued that only portions of the FPC building should be designated, like the Apostle windows you saw. That is, frankly, an absurd argument. That makes as much sense as saying an old car has antique tires and bumpers, and the rest of it's not. It's either all or nothing. Same thing with our building. Commissioners, the question before you is simple. Either First Presbyterian Church is a historic landmark or it's not. The federal government, through the Department of Interior, says that it is. State of Kansas says that it is. You should concur in finding also. Have any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Greg Musil. I'm an attorney. I represent Iowa Street Associates. It owns the 9-acre vacant parcel west of Crestline, and I represent Fountain Residential Partners, which is the contract purchaser that has an approved plan by the city commission to develop a project on there that the church opposes and has sued the city to try to stop. Mr. Southard made some good arguments, but if the church didn't do this in the middle of litigation in order to affect our project, then there is no harm to the church to continue this until the litigation is concluded. There are 5 property owners all around there who have all asked you to continue it so that it's not tied up with the litigation. If you act with the litigation, you have given another tool to somebody who wants to affect a plan, a zoning plan, a site plan approval or otherwise, that the city commission has already approved by bringing it to you and imposing a new burden on the landowner. If we are in the context area, we have to come back to you to comply with very generalized statements about, are we compatible with the church? What we can't hide or destroy it or have a negative impact? What does that mean? You're asking 5 property owners, and you're going to hear from other ones. They are the KU Endowment Association, Park 25 Apartments, Cherry Hill Apartments, the Block and Company Retail Center, and my interests, as well as the Douglas County Housing Authority next door, which has been rezoned along Clinton Parkway, but now doesn't have building plans in and now will be required to be compatible with the landmark designation. There is no harm to anybody by continuing this until the litigation brought by the church to stop an approved city plan is concluded. We finished a trial in March. We're waiting for the district court's decision. If this had nothing to do with the litigation, as Mr. Southard would have you believe, then there is no harm in continuing it. The church is still going to be there. You'll still be here to designate it as a landmark. If you designate it during the litigation, you have affected that litigation, and you've affected not just my client who is trying to develop a project, but the properties of others who now have to come here and get a certificate of approval for everything they do. I appreciate Ms. Zollner's comments that there is no context area. I would suggest if tonight you decide not to continue this, you tell these 5 property owners, 6 property owners, what is the context area? What risk do I have going forward now? To develop vacant land, or to redo Park 25 Apartments, or to redo the retail center that Block and Company owns. Because right now, we don't know. It is a mishmash in the area, and we would assume common sense would apply to that. But my client has to figure out if they're going to invest millions of dollars in Lawrence to be able to develop a project that the city commission has already approved. This is not, I frankly object to 3 minutes. You're dealing with millions and millions of dollars of property around you, and I get 3 minutes to tell you about what my client and the owner of that property wants. The bottom line is there are issues with the code. If you apply this, you are not following your code. 2206 or whatever the definition one is, says you must apply the language literally. The context area says radius. What Ms. Zollner showed you as the map and the outline is not a radius for anybody who's taken geometry. It is 250 feet from the boundaries of the property, and that's not what your code says. If you take a context area from the center of this property, you're not going to affect virtually any of these properties that are now under the threat of being in the context area. I would ask that you apply your code literally, like it says, which means you cannot forward this to the city commission at this point, and that you not allow a property owner to affect city commission site plan decisions that are currently in litigation before the Douglas County District Court by imposing requirements under the Article 22 of your code. And I wish I had more time. I had much more prepared. 3 minutes is not enough.
Do we have any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
Can we take the agenda items to page 83? Page 83. My name is James Peterson, and my father purchased the Park 25 apartments in 1976. We've been there for 48 years. I've been running the company for about 14 years, and my kids are just preparing to join me. Hopefully we'll be there for another 48 years or maybe even a full century. We've invested millions of dollars in the property to upgrade it over the years, and I don't know anything about the litigation, really. We've been scooped up into something that's where the collateral damage maybe. But if we could get to page 83, I'd like to show you, can we go full screen on the image? This is the view from Park 25 Apartments of the church. And the historic landmark application mentions that there's one shed that was added after the church was built. But as you can see there are 3 sheds, and they're of dissimilar architecture. The visual sight line, the lines and the grooves of the siding go different directions. They have different colored roofs. One of them, the one to the right there, is a tough shed with the sticker on it, manufactured in a factory, dropped off the back of a truck, and it just sits there. Okay, can we go to the next slide? You can see the blue awning there, by the way, that's mentioned. Okay, this is the other side. This is the view from the church to Park 25 Apartments. You can see our buildings there between the rightmost shed and the light pole. But this is their view from their building of us. There's no mention in the historic application of the architect involved, if there was one, or the construction of these sheds. Can we go to the next page, please? This is the one shed that is mentioned in the report. It's the shed that houses the lawnmower for the church. You can see that the doors are made out of oriented strand board and 2x4s, and you can see the Park 25 Apartments to the right of the shed. In between this shed and the shed to the left is a pile of collected wood and posts. It's unsightly. Okay, can we go to the next slide? This is the shed that was manufactured in a factory, dropped off the back of a truck. It also has a collection of wood material between it and the shed to the right. You can see the decks of Park 25 Apartments between the 2 sheds. Okay, can we go to the next one? And that's all 3 sheds together. And then, do we have the next slide, please?
Tom.
This is, can I have just, this is the 12 Apostles window. This is the view from Park 25 Apartments of the 12 Apostles window. You can't see it except under the left side of the tree, below the bottom branch. And the posts that are sticking up at the bottom of the frame are tripping hazards that were installed by the church all along their south property line. I think that the church has not kept up the architectural standard that they want to impose on us. If this is approved, we would not be able to construct what the church has constructed next to our property. Go to the next slide.
Thank you. You've reached your time. We appreciate your comments in your letter.
My name is David Block, and I am with Block & Company, and we bought the ground next to the church. If you want to bring it up, it's the shopping center that has the new Texas Roadhouse that's just a few years old, that was just built a couple years ago. We have been looking and working on other options to redevelop and re-tenant the theater building Do you want to bring it up on your aerial there, please? Also, I don't know how the 3-minute mark came, but it's kind of sad that these people couldn't finish up with their full speech. I mean, it might have been 5 minutes, but I would like to see this continued until this litigation, which it seems to be pretty important, has been completed, which I understand is just a few months away. And we are absolutely, at the moment, against having our property affected by this redesignation. How much time was that? Can I give the rest of my time back to the attorney here to finish his speech? Is that okay? That'll go to 3 minutes.
No, but thank you for your comments.
Okay.
3 minutes is applied to all so that everyone has a chance to speak.
Okay, I was just asking, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry.
If I could. My name is James Kessinger. I am the attorney for the Park 25 apartments. Those are located at 2401 West 25th Street in Lawrence, Kansas. There are 27 apartment buildings in that campus. There are 5 buildings within the tract that is shown on the map as being designated within the context area. According to city code, if any one of those buildings is touched by the context area, then all of the buildings are applied, no matter how far away they are. We would ask you to consider that the code designates that the context area is to be a radius. Common understanding, radius should be the center of the designation of the landmark. If you designate the landmark, we would ask you to designate it in relation to the specific items that would have any historic value at all, and that would be the front entrance and those apostles' windows that they're designated to you. If you did that, then that would minimize the impact of the Park 25 apartments, and that's what we're asking you to do. So if you do approve, we would ask you to put in your report and your recommendation to the City Commission that the radius be defined to limit the impact on my client, the Park 25 apartments. We don't want to be a part of the dispute that's going on, and we don't want to be sucked into it. If you do approve this as presented, my clients will be under a second administrative layer that we have to comply with, and there are a lot of impacts on that. Every time we have to dig a hole for replacing water lines, every time we have to pull a permit, we have to come here and we have to go to the city administrative's office to get an approval. If they can approve it, maybe they can, but if not, then it has to come to you. In either event, it's a secondary administrative level beyond what we already have to do. It is burdensome, it is expensive. We would ask not to be included in that process. I would argue to you that this project, city staff has made a recommendation to you on their opinion that this fits within the criteria. However, you have authority to decide yourself whether it does or does not fit in with this criteria. Just because the staff recommends it doesn't mean that you have to accept that. You have an independent duty to make your own criteria or to follow the criteria as you believe fit. We don't think this fits within that criteria. This is a brick building. It doesn't have any really significant thing about it other than the entrance and the windows. So if you do it, we would ask that you measure your context area from those two significant parts that they argue. If you do that the way they want, then you are protecting those sheds. You're holding Park 25 to a higher standard than you're holding the church. I really appreciate your time. I would say that there are significant legal pieces to this that a little more than 3 minutes would help with, but I appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shannon Owery. I'm the CEO of the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. We own the property just to the east. We have been working on a project to build 32 more affordable senior apartments. We've been working on this project for 2 years. We had it rezoned. We've received ARPA funds from the county for this project. We've saved and raised another $1.5 million to put in this project. We have no opinion on the lawsuit, but we have some concerns about what the restrictions would be because we are in the design phase and about to submit a building permit to be able to complete this project. And what we are concerned about is any increased cost, because unlike a private developer, we do not make a profit, and therefore we would have a difficulty at absorbing increased cost without seeking additional funding from the city or the county. And a delay in the project because some of the funds have to be spent by a particular date. And so I do not have any idea of how long the review would take and what the restrictions would be on our project, but I just wanted to raise that we have some concerns about what the impact would be on the development of these additional affordable housing units. Thank you.
Good evening. Jason Pravda with Block & Company. I'm the Vice President of Property Management, and I oversee the entire portfolio. We got scooped up in this, just found out probably about 3-4 weeks ago, and we really don't want any part of it. Part of my primary position is to react to keep the shopping center in good condition, affordable to the public, and this will be hindering us. The second layer, the permits, the approvals, the tax base is affected by potentially retaining tenants. We've had vacancies for 10 years. When we go to market for people, this affects their certificate of occupancy. This affects their demo permit. This affects your tax base because you don't have a commercial real estate people in there. It affects your sales tax base. Increased taxes, increased revenue. We're not objecting to the lawsuit or whatever is going on right now. We just don't want to be part of it. We pay our taxes. We are good neighbors. We just don't want to be part of what is the litigations going on. You can't see the church from our building. There's a fence, there's other obstacles. My primary reaction time will be slowed down. We have vandalism, we have graffiti, we have fences torn down. Code enforcement officers say, there's this, there's that. This second layer, if we have to get something to permit, it's a second layer. It's delayed. It creates a complicated issue that affects the public, it affects revenue, and just really does not have any bearing with us. If what's going on with the church, that's great. That's their designation, but we don't want to be part of it. It affects us. Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public that wish to comment in the room? Avery, do we have anyone online?
Trevor Tollett, Fountain Residential Partners would like to say something.
Go ahead.
Not sure if you could.
Please do.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Trevor Tollett, Executive Vice President, Fountain Residential Partners. I want to thank the Historic Commission and Ms. Zollner. I appreciate your time and as well and running through this with us. I do think that I want to make sure that everybody, you get this on the record, is that, what is happening with the City of Lawrence, and as you may know, Fountain Residential Partners is a party to that lawsuit, shoulder to shoulder with the City of Lawrence, and fighting off this litigation that the church has brought upon the property to the west. I think collateral damage is a very apt phrase to describe what is going on with this context area and how it's dragged into other property owners. I am particularly upset that the Douglas County Housing and Lawrence Housing Authority, given their circumstances, has been dragged into this. I don't think anybody is doubting or is upset or trying to denounce the historicity of the church and the apostles' windows and parts of this church. It's not that. What this is a matter of the context area and what Fountain and many of these property owners have tonight said is part of an ongoing litigation that they're being dragged into. So when the Historic Commission looks at this, we're not saying that don't ever designate the church historic. What we're saying is there are a multitude of reasons and a multitude of facts about this code, chapter 22, that need to be ironed out. The radius, for example, needs to be ironed out. There's many things in this code that need to be ironed out. And there is a very good reason to continue this, not only because of the ongoing litigation between your city and the church, but a very good reason for all these property owners around the church to get a better handle on this context area, on this code, that it makes all the sense in the world to say, let's put a pin in this designation. The church can always go back. The church has been there for many, many decades. It can always go back and get this designation. But I think there is multitude of reasons for the Historic Commission, per your charter, to say, let's put a pin in this. Let's wait for the litigation to settle out. Let's get with these property owners, in particular the Lawrence Housing Commission, and let's iron this out, and we can bring this back to the Historic Commission and go forward. That's what we're asking for you to do today, is not turn down that it's not historic. We're not saying the church is not historic. You're not saying the church is not historic. All you're saying is,
Thank you, Mr.
let's
Follett.
put a pin in it.
Avery, do we have anyone else online?
I'm not seeing anyone else online.
Last call for the room. We'll close public comment. Sorry, I get
This is Commissioner Meyer. Just to point out to some people who may not be aware, but we just went through a very long process of revising and updating Chapter 22 to the code, and that went on a long time. And so it's not as if this code has not went through a significant revision and consideration about what it is. Now, I guess for a moment, want to talk about the context area for a second. And Lynn, maybe you can assist me on this, because at one point, and I'm sitting here trying to find it in the code, there was something regarding the context area that had to do with that being from the property boundaries, the 250 feet. Did I make that up? I think I read that somewhere.
The 250 feet is taken from the property boundary, yes.
So in the definitional section, then, I'm just going back here just a second. When it talks about radius, we're talking about from the points of the property boundaries.
That's how staff interprets it, yes.
And I can't remember when we were discussing, I think that is when please, anyone that was on the commission chime in. Was there discussion of property boundaries versus extents of the building? For example, one approach would be, that was mentioned today, as a perfect radius from the centroid of the building, and it's circle. Another approach is a radius around the property boundaries. Another approach, and I cannot recall if this was discussed during the Chapter 22 revisions, would be to apply that 250 but if you did a radius that traced the perimeter of the building. And I cannot remember if that was discussed or reviewed with staff legal one way or the other. Does anyone have recollection?
No.
I don't think we ever discussed defining the context area in those different ways. I think it was always through the lens of 250 feet from the property boundary. And I would agree that radius is probably not the appropriate word, and the commission may want to look at doing a text amendment to find better language to replace that word. That may be something that you want to initiate this evening, even having staff look at that. But when we went through the Chapter 22 revisions, it was always 250-foot buffer circle, if you will, from the property line of the listed property.
Well, like a lot of the commentators here, I'm having problems trying to understand why we would apply a 250 context area to a building built in 1976 that was in an open field with apartment duplexes that were built shortly thereafter or in the 1980s, correct? And why they should be affected by the architecture of the church. It's not making sense to me, as many people have pointed out here. I'm also skimming 22-406, and which talks about public hearing before the Historic Resources Commission, and I'm not seeing any language that mentions context area, but I assume it's implied, right, throughout the document.
And it's mentioned several times in Chapter 22.
Right. No, I know it's mentioned all over, but I'm if we're going to be literal, I'm being literal about 406. I don't understand why we can't make an exception, why we can't keep the church itself has historic architecture. It's already been approved for the National and the Kansas Historic Register of Historic Places. The question tonight is whether we put it on the Lawrence Register. And if we put it on the Lawrence Register, do we have to abide by the 250-foot context for these duplexes that exist and shopping centers and the theater and the restaurants and so forth? Do we have to include the 250 context area to any present and or future developments of these other properties in the 250 context area? Do we have to stick to that, or can we make an exception?
No, the code does not allow you to choose when to implement a context area. If you landmark a property, anything within 250 feet of that property boundary is a context area as identified in the code and is subject to review under Chapter 22.
This is Commissioner Meyer. I would agree that there aren't exceptions, and I think that would be a dangerous precedent to start deciding that various boundaries don't apply to specific projects, because that becomes very subjective analysis in terms of precedent for future projects. I guess one of the things that I wanted to point out is, the purpose of Chapter 22 is, and this particular commission, is for us to identify and conserve distinctive architectural characteristics of the city. And 22-404 provides for the process of nominating sites, and 22-405 provides for the procedures upon submission of an application. And the fact of the matter is, we have an applicant, property owner, who has submitted an application for our review. And upon determination that an application is complete, we are to schedule this public hearing. The public hearing shall be held no earlier than 30 days following the receipt. So it was set last month, as you know. There wasn't enough notice, and here we are tonight. But I specifically want to address the request of putting this off until the litigation is completed. I'm a practicing attorney, and I do litigation, so I do have some appreciation for that. But one of the things that I note is this has been going on for 2.5 years, your litigation. It's included a trip to the Court of Appeals and back. You're waiting on a decision from a judge that may come out tomorrow, or it may come out in 6 months. And then who's to say that the litigation is going to be completed at that point? Maybe it goes up to the Court of Appeals again. So, I mean, in terms of timelines, that could be 30 days. It could be a year or 2 years. And I think what I consider when there's an applicant before us is that what is their right to be able to hear their application and have that be heard. And so as far as I'm concerned, I don't know that it's appropriate for us to continue an application relating to litigation. I don't know what the authority for that is. I note that in 22-406, it does say that a public hearing can be adjourned from time to time. The commission may, as necessary, continue the public hearing to gather additional information. So I suppose one would say that we could shoehorn that in under that, but the question in my mind is that the results of the litigation, the judge's decision on what happens, does that have any impact on if we view this as a property that belongs on the Lawrence Historic Register? I don't think that the outcome of the litigation is something that we consider in terms of whether this property belongs on it or doesn't belong on it. And so for that reason, I don't think that should be deferred. You know, then we get into this conversation about the motivation of the applicant. I personally don't want to sit here and consider what people's motivations are or aren't when they make applications for this body. I don't necessarily think that that's appropriate. I mean, I can think of a situation where an applicant might come in who is asking us to, or a person comes in who's asking us to defer, say, a request for a demolition for their own personal motivation. I don't want to have to get into the whys about somebody wants to do it. If the particular subject property of an application qualifies, meets our standards, we think it's appropriate, I don't think that that necessarily should be delayed for other motivations. So I would not be in favor of, I guess, pushing this off for that purpose. Now, on the other hand, I think that there could be reasons if we wanted to defer it another month and have 2 more commissioners on here who might have opinions about that. Now, we're missing 1 commissioner. We have an open commission position, so we wouldn't have our normal 3 anyway. If that wanted to be done, and then other property owners might have their questions answered about the context area, I could probably be persuaded to do that if that's what the other commissioners wanted to do.
This is Commissioner Haynes. I think that's a good idea, waiting until we have more commissioners present.
Oh, this is Commissioner Hawley. I also agree. I would like to have more opinions from commissioners. I agree with your logic. Professionally is sound. We don't know when.
Can you say that again?
For the record, your logic is impeccable.
I couldn't hear it.
Second that, Jody.
Thank you.
Waiting on litigation is, by definition, not part of whether this building is historic or not. I'd be in favor of staying this, both for additional commissioner input. I would also, and I'd love other opinions, I know we just revisited Chapter 22, but the radius question, I think staff taking a close look at both the language and what the correct spirit for radius should be over the next month, I think that could be very useful. My recollection, I'd have to go back and check my notes of the 22, aligns with yours, that's why I was asking, did we talk about around the building? It ended at around the property, but I can also, and I would ask staff, to review other boards, I could also see a very logical argument that it should follow around the historical building. Is the parking lot historical? Probably not. Is the church historical? Yeah. I mean, in my opinion of the application, that's slam dunk. The parking spaces on the corner, I'm less certain, where I think I would love to hear a little bit more discussion on that from both today, but what staff might review of language proposals. Curious of any opinions on that. That is a different interpretation than this board has historically abided by.
Commissioner Hawley, could you kind of rephrase what it is you're asking us to comment on? I didn't
Well,
quite get all of it.
so for example, could we pull up, Avery, could we pull up, it's slide 144 of the PDF?
The page number at the bottom or the PDF page?
Of this, whatever slide on your document that shows proposed context area.
Of the chapter 22?
No,
I'm looking at my version of the
Yeah,
agenda
it's
packet we have
page
pulled up.
144.
Jay, you can actually share from that computer if you want.
Oh,
Yeah, Zoom's running, hit share, go to town.
thank you. I didn't know I had this power.
Should be a green button at the bottom.
Yep, just had to pull.
That's the wizard of tech back there. You don't look behind the curtain.
So as an example, this exhibit, the way it has historically been interpreted, the property is the historic thing.
Right.
So the particular size and shape of this lot defines where the context area. So this staff has drawn a radius of 250 feet that follows the edge of the property. So if there were a wedge out of there, the environs would end there. So the larger shape of the land impacts the context area, not the historic building.
right.
Which I'll just be honest, we didn't discuss during the Chapter 22 revisions whether this was right or wrong. I am asking whether it might make sense, and it might be unjustifiable for introduces other complexities, if instead of the area of the property itself, the environs began at the actual edge of the building or whatever historical significant part of a site. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And to be clear, also in some cases, I don't believe probably in this application, there are site elements that would be contributing site elements, fences around an old Victorian house, for example, that could change that, and that would make staff's life harder of defining the context area, perhaps. That's what I was commenting on.
This is Commissioner Meyer. I don't believe we've ever done that in terms of environs or anything else. Have we, Lynn? I mean, we've never considered that starting the boundaries of a house or the boundaries of a building.
Right, and I think there are a couple of challenges that you would want to consider. One would be how to write that legal description for the listed property, because the environs are taken from what you're actually listing. So if you're you would revise the definition for context area so that it's not for the listed property, but for an identified portion of a property. So there'd be a couple of different ways that you would have to look at that. So you would have to, there would be a burden, I would assume that would go to the applicant who would be nominating a property to have that legal description or that boundary around a particular building done. You would have the additional analysis whether or not there are other things on the site that contribute to the historic significance of the property. Typically, when you're looking at a property, you do look at the whole property because a building is in context with its property, and the property has a significant impact on the building. Even though the parking lot itself may not be of historic significance, the design of that parking lot and the location is directly related to where the entrance to the building is. And so there are, different things about a site layout that become integral to the architecture features of a building. So all of that kind of goes together. And I think for simplicity's sake, and just because that's the way it's been done forever, and on a national level, you're usually looking at the property boundaries.
Conformance to the national level makes, I get that. And Lynn, there's a comment in meeting chat that I think we should answer, even though it's not a public comment question, about where the changes to the code under public discussion, and I think you could speak very well to the exhaustive process and comment opportunity.
Right, we went, chapter 22, I'd have to go back and look at how many years we actually had been working on the revision to that chapter, but it did have a public process of a little over a year with meetings, public meetings at this commission meeting, specific meetings for public comment, a meeting before the city commission adopted the chapter. So it did go through a rather lengthy public process before it was adopted. But we can certainly look, staff can certainly look at the term radius and if there's a better way to describe a context area and bring that information back to you next month.
This is Commissioner Meyer. That is a topic for another time. We have lots of people here on other agenda items, and I don't think we're going to get that figured out this evening. One of the things that I just wanted to issue as a reminder that any recommendation that we make is forwarded to the City Commission. There'll be another public hearing, and pursuant to 22408B, then the City Commission would review our recommendation de novo and can either approve, disapprove it, or remand it back to us for study recommendation. So they don't have to follow anything that we do. They can do whatever they like about that. So it doesn't necessarily end here, I guess is what I'm saying. So in any event.
I would like, I do think the radius, not the broader radius question that I brought up, but just the particular language is something that we should direct staff to review. Do you not believe?
Oh, yeah.
Do we need a motion for that, or just, is that adequate?
That's adequate. But if that's part of your determination to defer the item, then you would probably want to include that in your motion, if that's the direction I understand.
Those are separate.
Yeah.
Those are separate items. This,
Okay.
I would say that tonight's discussion has brought forth a particular use of code language that's not adequately clear, that should be clarified,
Okay.
but that is separate from the agenda item at hand. To that point, does anyone have any motions or thoughts on deferring?
Personally, I hate deferring because this has been a second public hearing and we have lots of other agenda items to get to. But I also understand the possibility of waiting for a fifth commissioner, but again, we don't know when that's going to happen. Will it happen by our next meeting? Do we know if we're going to have a fifth commissioner from the city, appointed by the city commission by our next meeting?
No.
Then I would prefer to act on the motion tonight. And commissioners may vote however they wish. So should I make a motion? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. I would move that we direct staff to, where am I? Direct staff to forward the nomination with the resolution and the report required by Chapter 22, Section 22-406B to the Lawrence City Commission.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
You would also need a motion on the resolution itself, whether or not to adopt resolution
2024.
2024-01.
Commissioner Hawley will so move.
I second it.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Sorry, I just couldn't hear for sure. Motion carries.
Okay.
Moving on to item B2. And thank everyone for their public
Thank you
comment.
very much.
Both online and in person.
Thank you for your patience.
Presbyterian sanctuary.
I'll give everyone just a minute to exit the room. Hey. Good evening, Commissioners. This is item DR-23-00444. And with this application, the applicant is requesting to demolish a small portion of the existing structure and to construct a new addition at 1332 Kentucky Street. The subject property is located in the Oried Neighborhood Design Overlay District, and the proposed property is subject to the neighborhood-wide design guidelines. This map shows the location of the subject property at 1332 Kentucky Street within the Oried Neighborhood Design Overlay District, here at the center of the screen. This is a view of the southwest corner of the existing structure. The existing structure at 1332 Kentucky Street is a two-story dwelling with a stone foundation and crawl space. The rear portion of the structure is only one story, and then there's also a single-story addition on the south side of the structure. The Historic Resources Commission considered plans for a partial demolition and new addition at the February 15th HRC meeting and referred the project to the Architectural Review Committee for design improvement. The Architectural Review Committee met with the applicant on Friday, March 1st. At that meeting, the applicant presented different design options, which included a one-story addition. I'll let the ARC members who were present tonight provide any additional thoughts and comments from that ARC meeting. But ultimately, a design option that better met the design guidelines was not agreed upon at that ARC meeting. So the applicant has submitted a revised plan to try and address the concerns of staff, the commission, and the Architectural Review Committee. If we walk around the property, this is looking at the front northwest corner of the structure. This is looking at the rear east elevation of the structure. And in this photo, you can also see the stone foundation of the original structure, which would be included in the demolition work with this proposed project. And then this is looking at the southeast corner from the rear of the property. And then I'll also quickly walk through the plans that were originally proposed and considered by the HRC back in February before jumping into the new plans being proposed. This was the previously proposed site plan for the project considered by the commission back in February. That project proposed demolishing areas of the existing structure that are outlined in red on the screen. And then in hatched and cross-hatched areas show the footprint of the addition that was originally proposed. This was the front west elevation of the structure with the originally proposed addition. You can see the second story portion of that addition here in that front east elevation. This would have been the north elevation, which split down the middle. The existing structure would have been to the right here, the addition to the left-hand side of the screen. This would have been the rear east elevation of the proposed addition. And then the south elevation. And then, again, some renderings of what that previously proposed addition would have looked like from the northeast and northwest views. And then from the southeast and southwest views. So this is the site plan proposed for the new project submitted. The revised plans propose retaining more of the existing structure than before. Demolition would only include removing a very small portion of the existing south addition, which is outlined here in red on the screen. Demolition would also include 2 wood decks and then the structure's entire foundation. The project proposes a 96 square foot south-facing porch, an approximately 581 square foot first floor addition to the east of the existing structure, and a 749 square foot second floor addition above portions of the original and new first floor construction. The proposed materials for the addition would include LP Smart Side smooth glass siding with a 5-inch reveal, LP Smart trim, asphalt tab shingles, and then Anderson 100 series windows. The ORIA design guidelines state that additions shall be located inconspicuously on the least character defining elevation and shall not be so large as to overwhelm the original structure because of their location, size, height, or scale. The guidelines also say that additions that exceed the height of the original structure should be subordinate in massing and scale, and that second-story additions shall not project past the existing first-story wall. This is the proposed front west elevation with the addition. Here you can see the second floor of the addition proposed, and then this area circled in red would be the portion of the second story addition that would project past the existing first story wall in order to be above the new south-facing porch below. Oh, also on that front west elevation, you can see that the overall height of the proposed addition would be about 1.5 feet taller than the original structure. And then the proposed second story addition would increase the overall width and massing of the structure at that second floor. This would be the north elevation of the proposed addition and existing structure. This red line shows where the existing portion of the structure ends and then the new construction begins. So everything to the left of that red line would be the new addition. This would be the rear east elevation. And then this would be the south elevation. Again, that red line indicates where the existing structure exists to the left. It does show 2 new egress windows to a new basement underneath that portion of the structure, and then to the right of that red line would be the new addition. The applicant also provided renderings of the addition. So these would be looking towards the front of the existing structure, a new addition from Kentucky Street. And then these would be looking towards the rear of the addition from the alley. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed addition would overwhelm the existing structure and would not be subordinate as required by the guidelines. Projects that have received approval elsewhere in the district should not act as a precedent for new projects proposed. Instead, proposed projects should be evaluated case by case on whether they meet the individual guidelines and also the intent of the guidelines. The guidelines with should or may statements can offer flexibility in design so long as the intent of the guidelines is satisfied, while guidelines with shall statements should be adhered to unless choices are provided within the statements themselves. Reducing the proposed height and width of the addition could make the addition subordinate to the original structure, but as proposed, the project does not meet the ORIAD neighborhood design guidelines for additions. Design alternatives do exist for the addition of square footage to the existing structure, and staff has encouraged the applicant to explore designs that have an addition that is subordinate in height and scale. As proposed, staff recommends denial of the project because it does not meet the applicable guidelines. And with that, I'd be happy to help answer any questions the commission may have.
Does the commission have any questions?
I have questions about the disagreements within the ARC. If this is the appropriate time to ask that or not.
You may want to go ahead and do public
Let's do
comment and
public
then do
comment.
that
Yeah,
as
public
part of
comment,
the
sure.
Move back to that.
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you, Avery. Would the applicant like to speak?
Before I begin, could you please clarify whether the 3-minute rule is still in effect?
It does not apply to applicants.
Okay.
Or public comment.
Okay, thank you. A little bit hurt that everybody left for this presentation. Oh, not everybody, excuse me. A majority of the people left.
You're going to get public comment now.
Yeah, I know. My name is Jared Hoke of Hokeley Architects, and I am the architect of 1332 Kentucky. As Avery mentioned, the proposal is a redesign of the application presented at the February 15th, 2024 Historic Resources Commission meeting and was recommended to the ARC for design guidelines. The March 1st ARC meeting was attended by Commissioners Joy Coleman and Jay Hawley, and staff member Avery Corner. Time constraints due to staff communication delays after the ARC meeting did not allow for the revisions to be submitted as a continuation of the previous application, and the following revisions were made. The design no longer proposes to demolish any original structures. It must be noted that the subject property is not a listed property, nor it is a contributing structure to the ORIAD historic neighborhood. The proposed 2-story addition to the east of the original existing structure is located entirely to the rear, is similar in height and scale, and is less than the width of the original structure. The proposed 1-story addition to the east takes design cues from the existing southern 1-story structure. It does not extend further to the south than the addition and has minimal visibility from the street. The proposed 2-story cross gable addition to the south has been reduced in length to directly respond to comments provided by the ARC on March 1st regarding their review of the previous submission. This was the only request provided by staff and the ARC, as both Joy Coleman and Jay Hawley favored the architectural design of the original proposal. 2 design alternatives were presented at the ARC meeting, one that reduced the roof slope of the 2-story addition to a 6-12 pitch to lower the overall height of the addition, and another that eliminated the 2nd story and proposed a 1-story addition instead. Although the proposed changes met the ORIAD design guidelines, the ARC members were not architecturally in favor of the offered design alternatives. While the addition is taller, it is compatible with the original 2-story structure in size, height, and scale. It is also consistent with the development patterns of many of the existing homes in the neighborhood, as illustrated in the photographic survey of the neighborhood and the perspective design image that was included in the application. Could that be brought up, the image that shows our architectural rendering in context with the neighboring home?
Was that provided in the,
It was in both the full-size drawing set and in the 8.5 by 11s. I must also note that it will be impossible to build a two-story addition that meets both the current building code and the neighborhood design guidelines. The existing second-story rooms do not meet the current building code requirements for height clearances and habitable spaces. Therefore, any proposed two-story structure with a compatible roof slope must be taller than the existing structure to meet current building code requirements. The addition does extend beyond the southern wall of the existing one-story structure. However, it does so only to provide a distinction between the two structures and capture the roof overhang of the existing one-story structure. It must also be recognized that the property is located in a medium-density district. It is the property owner's right to develop a lot to the highest and best use, as is allowed by the zoning district. As such, any development to this and other lots in this zoning district will be greater than that of a single-story home. And staff's recommendation for denial places an undue hardship on the owner to achieve this. It must also be noted that this proposal provides more affordable housing units for the city of Lawrence. It is understood that the design proposal doesn't meet all the requirements of the ORIAD neighborhood design guidelines, and I have outlined the reasons why this may not be feasible. However, it does respond to the design change requested by the ARC during our March 1st meeting. Finally, I would argue that the proposed addition is sensitive to and compatible with both the neighborhood character and the character-defining elements of the existing structure. Unlike many of the new structures approved in this neighborhood, namely 1333 Kentucky Street and 1308 Vermont Street. Therefore, I ask the members of the Historic Resources Commission to recognize the challenges present to meet every design guidelines and rule in favor of a sensitive and compatible design proposal that strives to preserve a non-contributing structure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments from members of the public? Any online, Avery?
I'm not seeing anyone online.
With that, we'll close the public portion of this. And I'm going to, as a member of the committee, as Jared spoke, I'm going to read. Joy, unfortunately, Joy Coleman, the chair, is not able to attend today due to a conflict, but she did send an email that I'm just going to read because she puts the words better than me. This one is difficult. The proposed addition maintains historic material and restores some lost or modified features, like the window above the porch. The proposed addition is large, but it is held back from the street, and even though the height is slightly higher than the existing, I feel it no longer overwhelms the existing structure because it now is the same scale and approximately the same size. To make the new addition roof lower would likely mean that the pitch would need to be flattened. This would result in a strange aesthetic that might technically meet one guideline, but overall would not appear as compatible as the current design. I do agree that the south wall of the second floor addition would be better if it did not project past the wall of the first floor single-story portion, but I don't think this is a deal breaker. Overall, I think it meets, and then references the section C5 of additions to contributing structures. I'll say my opinion is similar to Joy's.
Okay.
We met with the applicant and did look at different options. There was a single-story option that might have more strictly met some letters, but did not fit the structure or the neighborhood nearly as well as what's being proposed. The applicant mentions certain issues that are unfortunately just tough with dealing with old buildings. You can't build new ceiling heights that are lower. As you know, today we have building codes that didn't exist.
I know.
So overall, I think it's compatible, and I personally think it meets the requirements.
I'm leaning that way myself, but I'm not an architect. But I was also noting that, do we have any comment, did we receive any comments at all from anyone in the Oriad Neighborhood Association?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
You did have comments from LPA, though.
Right, we do have, yeah, and I understand that LPA believes that we should vote to deny as staff recommends. So I think this is a challenging decision.
Just to be clear, and there was a comment made about affordable housing, but this isn't any sort of a project that's going to be designated as affordable housing for tenants. Is there?
I don't believe so.
Guess I'm asking the applicant that.
No.
Right, okay.
But it's providing affordable units, not per the definition of 80%, what is it? Income rate or whatever.
Okay, all right, well.
It's going to be market rate housing, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Any other, in Joy's words, I do think this is a very tough call. My considerations were on the architectural, not for any affordable housing, but it's, I thought it was a thoughtful design, but it is a tough call.
Well, I mean, it sounds like that you did your best to come up with solutions at the ARC, so it doesn't sound like anything more could be said about it. I mean, is that a fair statement? Like, I mean, there's no point in going back to the ARC.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there's nothing, no takeaway from this staff report that would say, okay, we can try this one more time. Lynn, I guess my question is, I mean, since it's been to the ARC and they've worked on it, I mean, what exactly is it that staff thinks could be done? That would, I mean, I mean, just anything more than the staff report? I mean, like, I guess you've heard the comments of the people at the ARC, so.
Right. When staff looks at projects, we don't necessarily take into consideration highest and best use of the property. We're looking at what meets the guidelines. There are options to design an addition to this structure to allow for additional square footage that doesn't have to be the size that the applicant is proposing. There are ways to enlarge the structure, maybe not to the extent that they're choosing to enlarge the structure. There may be other design alternatives. You know, I couldn't just sit here and design an addition for the applicant, but there are design possibilities where you could have a subordinate addition to this structure and meet the guidelines. Things that you could look at doing would be to reduce the height by going down instead of building on the same plane. You could look at, you know, like I said, reducing the square footage of the addition. Those types of things would make it more compatible.
I mean, I guess I'm looking at, right now, I'm just using Google Maps and looking at Kentucky Street, you know, and a couple houses over to the north, I mean, there's a house that looks like it has kind of a, what I assume might have been an addition at one point. I mean, it's, even just the houses on that block are a little, I guess, have portions of them that seem large as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I will unfortunately admit, as a human and member of the ARC, we could not explore each and every design option.
No, of course not, yeah.
Really? Very disappointing.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb to, in the, what's that word? Based on time. If I can get back to a page that I want to look at. Come on.
Well, I'm going to put it out there in consideration, I guess, of the staff report, but also the comments of Jay and Joy regarding the ARC. I'm more inclined to approve this project.
I will second that, because that's what I was going to say.
I guess my actual motion would be that I would move that we find that the proposed project does meet the Oriad neighborhood design guidelines and approve the project.
You
Second.
second that for?
Yes,
A motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item.
All right, the Yeager House.
This item is for 916 Tennessee Street. It is the demolition of an existing structure and a new construction of a new duplex. The property is located in District 5 of the Oriad Neighborhood Design Overlay District, and it is also located in the context areas of the Benedict House at 923 Tennessee Street and the Duncan House at 933 Tennessee Street. This shows the property location. This is a little unique that I wanted to point out. I did a little research and couldn't really find why the district boundaries were drawn this way, but the red that you see is the National Register Historic District. So obviously the property is not in the National Register Historic District. This area here, though, is in District 5 of the overlay district for the Oriad Neighborhood Design Overlay District. So these brown properties here were actually included in District 5, which is the National Register Historic District, for the purposes of the overlay district. The blue is the commercial district, so it was not included in those. So while it's not listed in the National Register of Historic Places as part of the Oriad Neighborhood National Register Historic District, it is located in District 5 using the design guidelines for the Oriad Neighborhood Overlay District. Was that confusing enough? Mm-hmm. This is the main elevation of the property. You noticed in your staff cover, this is challenging for staff. This property was purchased by the current owner in 2018, and at that time did a structural analysis on it and found that there needed to be immediate repairs done to the property. They brought forth an application to the Historic Resources Commission for demolition of the structure that was denied because there was no compatible replacement plan. Mm-hmm. And the hope of the commission and staff was that someone would come forward and do a rehabilitation of the structure. Here we are 2 years later, and mm-hmm. the structure is still standing. It's in much worse shape than it was the last time staff went through it. We did do staff walking tour of the structure. It has continued to deteriorate. There's significant foundation failure. Staff cannot even go into the basement of the structure. The north foundation wall had collapsed into the basement, and there were no stairs between the first floor and the basement level of the structure to get down there and look around. But there's a sinkhole on the exterior of the structure where there's foundation failure as well. The interior, it looks like someone had started doing some work at one point, and all of the lath and plaster have been removed in the majority of the first floor. This is showing some of the areas of the house on the interior. At the bottom you see where obviously there's been a water leak and some ceiling damage. The house has been unconditioned to my knowledge, at least since the last time it was before the Historic Resources Commission. This is a true case of demolition by neglect.
Yeah.
The applicant is now proposing the demolition with the replacement structure. This is the site plan for the proposed replacement structure. It is for a duplex. It is being reviewed and for a context review as well as the ORIAD Neighborhood Design Guidelines review. This shows the main elevation of the structure. There's quite a bit of discussion in your staff report about the porch, and so here just pointing out what that front porch looks like here. And this is the rear of the proposed structure. And then just quickly looking at the sides. The applicant did supply some renderings for the proposed project. Here again is that discussion of the porch. And using the criteria in Chapter 22, staff was of the opinion that the structure has deteriorated beyond a point where it is likely not feasible to rehabilitate the structure. It's not a listed property, so there are no financial incentives to help with the rehabilitation of the structure. It would require a complete new foundation. The majority of the interior would need to be repaired. Staff is uncertain about how much the actual framing of the structure would be compromised if it were lifted and moved to allow for a new foundation to be poured and set back on the new foundation. So demolition is probably, because of the condition of the structure, warranted. Looking at the design criteria in Chapter 22, the proposed replacement plan meets those design criteria, so staff is recommending approval of the certificate of approval for the proposed project. But going through the ORIAD Neighborhood Design Guidelines, there are several of those guidelines that the project does not meet, that small design adjustment and refinement would help the project better meet those design guidelines. Materials is one of the things that staff looked at when they were concerned about whether or not the project meets the ORIAD Neighborhood Design Guidelines. So for the ORIAD Neighborhood Design Guidelines review, staff is recommending that the commission refer the project to the Architectural Review Committee to do some design refinement to help it better meet those project guidelines. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you might have.
No questions?
No.
Public comment?
Would the applicant like to speak?
Hi, I'm Sarah Coffin with CT Design, architectural firm that provided the drawings there for the new proposed design. I did review the comments of the hesitation with some of the materials, and I don't think we had any contention with any of those changes, so I think we're happy to comply with those. I don't know whether that can be done outside of the ARC, or if we need to do that formally through the ARC, but we're happy to work through those issues. Thanks.
Lynn, before we ask if there's any public comment, would that response, do you think would staff recommendation still be to send to the ARC for refinement if they complied with the material?
Yes, I think there's some work that probably needs to be done on the porch itself and maybe a little bit of tweaking with the fenestration. Staff would still recommend that it go to ARC for the ORED design guidelines review.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Any online?
None online.
Hearing none?
Well, once again, it disturbs me greatly that a property was allowed to get to this state. I noticed in terms of the recent history, back in 2004, I believe this was has been a rental of 5-room apartments for a long, long time. And in 2004, apparently the possessions of a couple of women, or one woman, were told to be disposed of, told that their personal items would be disposed of if they were not claimed. So it sounds like some of the the conditions that led to the neglect began back in 2004. And I'm also wondering if, apparently, according to the report, it says the building was built in 1910, but I found existence of a structure there with 5 rooms for rent back in 1900. So this is neither here nor there. It's just the bottom line is that the building is a wreck. So unless other people have unless commissioners have other comments, I
just wanted to make a
comment. Please do.
Which is, Commissioner Meyer, I think the previous owner purchased the property in January of 1997, according to property records. And it looks like it had been a rental most of that time to me. So, I think there probably was some demolition by neglect going on during that basically 21-year period. Although I will say that, it appears the intention with the property was to buy it, knowing the condition it was in. Immediately after the deed gets transferred, they do the report that want to demolish it, and that didn't happen. So it looks like they intentionally did not do anything to the property since then, with the hopes of it being, demolition worthy at some point. But until such time as there's consequences for demolition by a neglected city, then I think there's only one option here. So in any event, I would move that we find that the proposed project meets the standards of review in Chapter 22, Section 22507, and the design criteria in Chapter 22, Section 22508. Glad nobody's having to type that out, and issue the certificate of approval for the proposed project.
Commissioner Haynes, second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
None opposed, unanimous.
And then I would also move that we refer the project to ARC to explore design refinement. Would help the project better meet the guidelines.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Good luck. Moving on to the next agenda item.
Okay. Good evening again. This is item HRC-24-1007. And with this application, the applicant is requesting to demolish and construct a new primary structure at 1013 Connecticut Street. The application also includes plans for a new detached garage along the alley. The proposed project is located in the context area of 3 locally designated landmarks on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places and requires Chapter 22 review for a certificate of approval. This map shows the location of the subject property within the context areas of the listed properties. The subject property is outlined in light blue in the center of the screen, and the listed properties are highlighted in dark blue. This is the front east view of the existing primary structure that the applicant is proposing to demolish at 1013 Connecticut Street. The existing structure is a 1.5-story residence with a stone foundation. When an applicant requests to demolish a primary structure within a context area, the structure must be evaluated for its integrity, originality, craftsmanship, age, or its historical significance to determine if the structure contributes to the context area of the designated landmarks. The Kansas Historic Resources Inventory provides very little information about the property and its historic and architectural significance. The Douglas County Appraiser's Office estimates that the structure was constructed around 1860. The structure has been significantly altered since it was originally constructed. It has been sheathed with plate siding and has had several additions. There is an architectural detail in the gable end on the east elevation, but there are no historic character-defining details on the interior of the structure. For demolition of existing structures, a structural analysis and a cost replacement analysis are requested to determine the extent of the damage of a structure. The applicant has submitted both items. The staff does have concerns with the repair versus replacement cost analysis because the replacement cost provided is for a structure that would be larger than the existing structure. The cost analysis also includes a higher landscaping cost for the rehabilitation project and appears to include costs for a new addition. The structural analysis submitted identifies foundation failure. Staff visited the site in February and agrees that there are foundation issues with the structure and that there may also be deterioration of the underlying siding. Overall, the structure at 1013 Connecticut Street does not maintain significant integrity of the original design because of the additions to the structure, the alterations of the windows, and the covering with artificial siding. While the structure has had significant deterioration, staff is of the opinion that the structure could be rehabilitated. That being said, the structure is not a listed property and there are no financial incentives available to help offset the cost of the rehabilitation. The configuration of the existing structure also adds to the challenge of rehabilitating the structure. Each of the existing additions is at a different floor level, and the second floor of the structure is only accessible via stairs that pull down from the ceiling in the living room. Rehabilitating the structure would likely require a new addition and/or significant redesign of the existing additions, which may further impact the integrity of the structure. And I'll quickly walk through some photos taken and also provided by the applicant. This is a chimney on the north side of the structure, which you can see is composed of 2 different materials above and below the roof. This is looking further down the north elevation towards a rear addition. And previously, the chimney was also located on the north side of the structure. This is looking at the rear elevation of the structure. This portion of the structure is a single-story rear addition, and then above it and behind this portion of the structure with the gable is part of the original structure. And then this is a closer view of the rear of the structure where the rear addition and then the south side addition come together with the original structure. And then this is looking at the front southeast corner of the structure. And then inside the structure, this is a view of the front living room, looking from the rear towards the front door. Here on the left-hand side, you can see the location of the fireplace. Again, from inside the front living room, but looking from the front to the rear, here you can see where the stairs pull down from the ceiling that provide access to that second floor. And then behind those stairs in the background is the rear addition. And then this is the second floor, again, which can be accessed by the pull-down stairs from the ceiling. And then this, I believe, is where the rear addition and the original part of the structure come together, which shows signs of deterioration. These images show cracking in the foundation and the floor, which can be seen throughout the basement. And then these photos show where the posts are supporting the foundation and where notches have been taken out of some of the boards that sit on top of those posts. The replacement structure would be a 2-story structure constructed at grade. The footprint of the structure would be approximately 1,400 square feet, and the overall height of the structure would be just over 26 feet. The structure would have a large rectangular building form with a gable roof. A small shed roof separate from the main gable roof of the structure would project out at the southeast corner of the structure. There are a variety of different siding materials listed in the application, including horizontal vintage wood, redwood panels, stucco, medium finished EIFS, charcoal gray metal wall panels, and then smart side 8-inch smooth lap siding. The windows used would be Anderson 200 series black fiberglass windows, and the entry doors would be fiberglass doors with 5 insulated glass slits. Composite shingles with a matching continuous ridge vent would be used on the roof. And then walking around the structure, this would be the front east elevation. Oh, I apologize. This would be the front east elevation of the new structure. The front elevation shows a metal roof with posts that would be used to cover the front porch here. In the initial plans that were submitted by the applicant, the front east elevation and the rear west elevation were flipped. So in the staff report, that covered porch was not identified as being provided, the plans. And then in the revised plans, the front east elevation and then the rear west elevations were corrected, but then the labels on the south and north elevations were not updated. And so here on the screen, this would be the north elevation proposed, which is labeled as the south elevation in the agenda packet. This would be the west elevation proposed, which would be the rear facing the adjacent alley. And then again, this would be the south elevation of the proposed structure, again labeled as the north elevation in the drawings, incorrectly labeled as the north elevation. The proposed accessory structure would be located on the west end of the property along the alley. This structure would be for a 2-car garage. The footprint of the structure would be approximately 484 square feet, and the overall height of the structure, measured from ground to the roof peak, would be 15.5 feet. The structure would have 2 single-car garage doors opening on the south elevation and a pedestrian door on the east elevation. Stucco, smart side 8-inch smooth lap siding, and charcoal gray metal panels would be used to match the proposed primary structure. These would be the proposed south and west elevations of the accessory structure. And then these are the proposed north and east elevations of the structure. As illustrated by staff's review of the illustrative design criteria in the staff report, there are design elements of the proposed replacement structure that would not be considered compatible with the established patterns in the context areas. The key concerns for staff are with the proposed massing, platform foundation, and the sense of entry of the primary structure, as well as the proposed materials for both the primary and accessory structure. The primary structure would be constructed at grade and without any type of raised entrance, which is inconsistent with what's seen on most primary structures throughout the context areas. The proposed massing of the structure would also be atypical within the context areas. Other rectangular building forms do exist within the context area, but most primary structures have more varied building forms which contribute to the character of the context area. Raising the structure and including a covered front porch with steps could help to break up the mass of the structure while also continuing the established patterns for the front entrances within the context areas. As proposed, the project does not meet the standards and guidelines of Chapter 22 for compatible new construction. Contemporary design is appropriate for the context areas, but it should be compatible. Possible design refinement could help the project meet the standards and guidelines, so staff recommends the commission refer the project to the Architectural Review Committee to work with the applicant on roof pitch, fenestration pattern for the east elevation, the possibility of adding a front porch or stoop, and raising the elevation of the structure to be on a platform, as well as the materials proposed. And with that, I'd be happy to help answer any questions that the commission may have.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you, Avery. Would the applicant care to speak?
Good evening. My name is Peter Shinuda. So first thing I'd like to say, I did not get that house. I got the house in that condition that it's in, so I did not do any damage to it. So please don't blame me for that, okay? Number two, I'd like to thank Avery and Lynn, and I put Avery through a lot of trouble. I had surgery, so during that time I was giving her different designs, so that's on me. I wanted to let you know there was a garage back there that we already demolished it, and we got permission to demolish that because it was in a worse condition than the house. As you noticed in the house, you can't get upstairs. To meet the tread requirement, there's no way I can build anything inside. So the front part of the house that was the original, I have to do something. There's no way I can meet the requirement of the tread. There's 3 different levels in the house. The siding is asbestos. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but I've already worked with KDHE. When it was on the garage, we got permission, we removed it, and it was done correctly. I just got permission from KDHE just a couple of days ago to take the asbestos siding off the house. Obviously, the biggest thing is I can't start on that I can't touch that stuff if I don't have a permit to demolish it. So it puts me in an awkward position. Mm-hmm. If the city feels like the house is not buildable, my question is, while I work through the ARC, why can't I have a permit to demolish it? My thought is, when I apply for a permit, it will still have to go through Lynn to approve. And by the way, if you haven't seen this house, I've already built it at 1906 Tennessee. Right on the corner, it's a white house, so that's what it looks like. It's just going to be a little bigger. That house was built for a rental. This one is going to be for a family. So it's not going to be used as a rental. If you look at the plans, I'm adding a master bathroom and a bedroom downstairs. I don't know what material was a problem. I'm using Anderson 100, not 200, but I'm also using hardy siding. I built my house on 2x6 walls, so exterior walls, we put insulation in them that is blown insulation. So I'm trying to see if it's possible while we're working through the design phase of what they're looking for me to adjust. If it's vertical siding and horizontal siding is a problem, I personally think it's going to give a better look. Instead of just one siding all the way through. At least I have a time limit on when I can remove that asbestos off the house, KDHD. I had to get the permit for the garage, so they extended it to the house as well. So there's a time limit. I don't know how the ARC works or how long it takes, but I mean, there's just a few changes. If I can possibly have a demolition permit to get started while I work with the ARC, and I know you can, the requirements, but you can there's common sense. I've already got permit to demolish the garage because it wasn't fit, and I didn't have a replacement in place for it. So same thing while I work through this, if I can have the demolition permit, as they said, The structure does not maintain significant integrity of original design. The additions to the structure, the alteration of the windows and the covering with artificial siding diminishes the overall integrity of the structure. So we know it has to be removed. And I understand while I work through whether it's me or somebody else that's going to have the property, my understanding when you apply for a permit, it has to go through Lynn for approval since it's in the historic. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Peter, and I'm glad you brought up your property on 19th Street because I actually had mentioned that to Lynn earlier that I thought that the design was almost exactly the same.
It is.
So if you want to use the Google map search and look at it, it's on there.
And you'll see vertical and horizontal, and I plan to do the same thing. We messed up because when we were redesigning this, it went from shorter size because the lots over there on Tennessee is smaller. Now this one is 50, so I had to increase the width of 40 for the house size. And we did make mistakes by thinking that it's facing, the way it was built, it faces west for the front entry door. This one is facing east for the entry. And I know Avery said there was no front entry porch, but I did put on my last design, if you see that, I did add a porch with cedar columns for the entry. And I put a metal roof. It just gives it more beautiful look for as you drive by on that street. That's why I use metal. But if shingles is going to look better, or is that a requirement, it's not a big deal. I can do that. I thought it would look nicer. Driving around in New York Street, there is a house on, I believe, 11th and New York, and they have the same kind of look with metal roofs and stuff. So
Is that house on 19th Street, it doesn't have a garage, or is?
No, it's on a slab, and that one is going to be on a slab as well. Oh, no, it does have a one-car garage. On the front.
Okay.
That one-car garage is actually going to be a master bedroom now.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're right, sorry.
I didn't know if it was an actual garage, or it just looked like a.
No, it's a garage.
Okay, all right.
So I'm with this one because it's going to be a family, and I have the two-car garage. I extended it all the way to the outside, and I turned it to a master bedroom at the first floor.
Yeah. I don't know.
Any questions of the applicant?
No, I just wanted to mention the history. It is indeed the Jaeger house. I don't know how much you're aware of the Jaegers. In just brief, I'm unclear of his first name. I don't know if he's German. It's either Wingard or William, or I'm not sure. But Jaeger did come to Lawrence in 1854 when the town was founded. So he was here for a really long time, and he was a German, again, a member of the Turn Hall, which we'll be talking about in a moment. So if you think of any little German touches, just for that.
Okay.
Anyway, so he and his wife Mary lived at this property, as pointed out in the report, for a very, very long time, for most of the 19th century. And William died in 1900. His wife died in 1911. They had 3 kids, etc. So I just thought it was, interesting that it is an important site, and I appreciate your work to rebuild and. Maybe just put in a little tiny German something.
Do my best.
In a major architectural, whatever.
By the way, I watched to see what I was walking into, and you always have your facts and data about these historic houses before you come to the
I'm a
meeting.
history rep, so I'm trying to do something, earn my keep here.
But I watched a bunch of them just to see how you guys interact, and you're always bringing history to the meeting. So
you have to, I mean, it's important because, again, that neighborhood was known as a German neighborhood as well, and Jaeger is one of the important families that settled there at that site. So
my wife's family, I think, lived in that area down there when she was a kid. So
okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Good evening, Commissioners and staff. My name's Katie Walsh. I live in East Lawrence. And I just wanted to say that meeting with the ARC is easy. You just set up a meeting. It's not a difficult process, and it won't slow you down. I actually concur with all of the staff's reservations about the new design. And I want to bemoan the fact that, once again, we're losing a small house that you probably could have rented cheaply. And this is happening. It's incremental. We're losing all of our small houses, and I won't go into that. Everybody knows about that. I think it's important that it be raised up, not at ground level. The porch is important. I have a concern about the windows, because I feel like you need to refer to the common window style in the area, at least with a couple of the front windows, instead of all these different size windows. I mean, it's fine on the sides, but I think you need to refer to the vernacular architecture that's in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Kitty. Do we have any other members of the public or online?
No one online.
Hearing none. What does the commission think?
It's been said, once again, it's demolishing an old, lovely house, I mean, by neglect. And I have been urging us to stop this as much as possible, and one of my ideas has been to have us do a work plan and do a survey of remaining homes in East Lawrence to try and save what we can save. And I don't know any other way. And well, there's other ways. Anyway, if someone would like to move.
I think one of the questions is whether or not we would just approve the demolition first, which is typically not what we do. So I guess that's a discussion to be had.
Yeah, no, I'd be willing to go along with that.
That was a question that was on my list to ask staff if there were mechanisms for such.
You can go ahead and approve the demolition to be, I'm trying to think of the best way. Go ahead and approve the demolition separately, and then send the new construction to the Architectural Review Committee.
Mm-hmm.
But you could condition the demolition permit release on the submission of a building permit. And that way he would have a permit in process that can still go to the Architectural Review Committee for changes, but you have his willingness to, or some assurance to you that new construction is going to take place on this lot, rather, or you can just approve the demolition permit and send the new construction to the ARC. You can divide it out and do it that way.
The first scenario would, so there'd still be a little lag, but it would let it move through the system essentially more swiftly. There'd still be approvals. Well, I guess, does this already have permit approved? Like, does it have?
No, he has not. He has not
submitted.
applied for a building permit as of yet. He has
But he'd
applied
get in
for
the
the
queue.
demolition permit.
You'd be able to get in the queue?
Yes.
I personally don't, on this particular project, oppose just doing the building permit without all those conditions, but.
I think it's fine if you want to just approve the demolition permit and then send the new construction to the ARC to come back to you after ARC.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
I'd move as such.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Sorry, aye.
Good luck. Moving on to the next agenda item. Bless you.
Okay. This is fun, playing with two different PowerPoints and Zoom and share, and all the magic that Kurt's doing behind the screen. This is 900 Rhode Island Street. It is the Turnhalla. It is listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, and it is a contributing structure to the North Rhode Island Street Historic Residential District listed in the National Register of Historic Places. The project is for the rehabilitation of the structure and a new addition. There was some history included in your packet so that you could see where this is. You have looked at this project before and approved an addition to the structure. The applicant is seeking federal rehabilitation tax credits as part of the rehabilitation of the structure. When they submitted the what you saw and approved for the certificate of approval and for the state law review, the National Park Service did not concur that design met the Secretary of the Interior standards and wanted changes to help the addition better meet the standards. The applicant worked on a new design that answered the concerns of the National Park Service. So what you see before you this evening is a redesign of the addition to meet the approval of the National Park Service. This is the Turnhalla right here in the blue and the red. This is 9th Street. This is showing that 9th Street elevation. The addition would be here to the east end of the building. This is showing a rendering of what was approved by the HRC. If you'll notice, in particular, the door entry and the windows here and the balcony with the metal railing. The handicap entrance is open and goes down the side of the building here. This is the proposed revision approved by the National Park Service. If you'll notice, this wall has been taken up to more of like a parapet wall with a simple railing. The windows have been redesigned to be in more proportion with the historic windows on the both portions of the historic structure. This is a rendering showing what the new addition would look like, and there again showing your handicap entrance would all be interior now, and then the changes bringing that wall up and then having a simple railing there, and then the windows here, and then the door changes here. This is the alleyway right here, and then this would be that southern wall. Staff did review the project and is of the opinion that it does meet the Secretary of the Interior standards and is recommending that you approve the state law review for the proposed project. Staff is also recommending that you find the proposed project meets the standards of review in Chapter 22 and issue the certificate of approval. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you might have.
None?
All right.
Thank you. Would the applicant care to speak?
I don't have much to add. This is Patrick Watkins. I'm here on behalf of the ownership entity. Lynn summarized it accurately. Technically, the covenant that the LPA has placed on this property requires that we go through the National Park Service and the State Historical Society and receive tax credit approval before making any changes. So we're sort of between a rock and a hard place. We'd prefer not to become a tennis ball in a three-way tennis match between the National Park Service and the HRC and the State Historical Society. Mike Myers is a very competent architect and has done a nice job addressing the concerns, finding ways to hopefully retain everyone's best interests in finding the right design. We think we've got it. The National Park Service has told us that these revisions address their concerns, and the State Historical Society appears to be on board along with the LPA. You are not last on the list. We just couldn't see you earlier. So appreciate all your all's review, and certainly let us know if you have any questions.
Mike Myers with Hernley Architects. Just wanted to thank staff again for their review of this. Really, I would just point out that the National Park Service did approve the changes for tax credits. Most of the changes were really sort of based on some suggestions that they had of just minor differences, really, maybe differences of opinion of how to reduce the scale of the structure, and reduce its visual impact relative to the historic structure. I think the previous design was maybe a little bit lighter looking in that it had elements that sort of were suspended. But in retrospect, in hindsight, after going through the effort of redesign, there are some parts of this that we really like. We like that the handicap entrance is now sort of right there on the north side instead of down in a ramp. It created a little bit more of a solid mass where it was sort of perforated before, but it solves that issue, and it also actually helps with some sort of functional issues with regard to water, and we would have had to collect down at the base of that ramp. So really, all in all, I think we're really pleased with the changes, and I think the National Park Service was too. And I'm happy to ask Stan for any questions if you have any for me.
Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak about this item? None. Any thoughts?
I would like to make a motion that we, I'm sorry.
We'll need to make two.
Yes. In accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards and the standards of evaluation, I move that we approve the project and make the determination that the project does not damage or destroy any historic property included in the National Register of Historic Places or the State Register of Historic Places.
You have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?
I further move that we find that the proposed project meets the standards of review in Chapter 22, Section 22-507, and the design criteria in Chapter 22, Section 22-508, and issue the certificate of approval for the proposed project.
And I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
None opposed, motion carries. Good luck with your project.
The next item on your agenda is to review historic markers for Nick Rice and Tiger Dowdell. There's some history on your cover summary with some links to some meetings that have been previous discussion points for this. Just to recap very briefly, back in May of 2020, the city received a letter from Christopher Rice requesting a marker for his brother Nick, who was shot on Oriad Avenue and died. And that request went to the City Commission on August 4th, and they sent the request to the Historic Resources Commission. The Historic Resources Commission held a special meeting on August 19th in 2020 and determined, based on a lot of testimony and information that was provided there, that there should be marker for Nick Rice, but that there should also be a marker for Tiger Dowdell, and I'm not going to go into all the history. I know you've read all this, because of the association between the two events, and that there should be enough context provided to have a good understanding of the events that took place. The City Commission accepted that recommendation on September 1st of 2020 and directed staff to work with the Parks and Recreation Department, the Human Relations Commission, the Watkins Museum, and the Rice and Dowdell families to design markers and recommend placement opportunities for the markers to the City Commission. So you can tell that's a 2020 date, and here we are in 2024. We've been working on this for quite some time. There's a lot of history that has to go into the understanding of the events that took place and the markers. There was a lot of consideration by the marker committee on things that would seem simple, but take a lot of time and consideration, because the amount of text you include on a marker dictates the size of the marker, and these are both in residential locations, and the one in East Lawrence for Tiger more so than the one for Nick Rice on Oriad. So looking at what's appropriate size of marker, what type of marker, should it be in the ground, should it be elevated, all of those discussions were held by the committee. Ultimately, the committee decided that it should be a marker that was raised so that people would see it and stop and interact with it, that it should be some type of marker that would offer a resource for additional information, because it is such a complicated topic and the events have so much history that need to be disseminated with just it's very difficult to do in just a couple sentences on a marker. So that was a big point of the discussion too. What you have before you tonight are the recommendations from that marker committee. This is the type of marker that the committee is recommending. We call them National Park Service style markers. That probably invokes the best vision for what it would actually look like. It would be small. It would have a photograph. This is the one for Tiger Dowdell, and the text on this marker is shown on the screen and also included in your packet. When staff originally presented the markers to the marker committee, staff text did not include killed by police. It was just that he was killed near here on July 16, 1970. Staff still thinks that's an appropriate text, and we'll talk a little bit about that too. This is the mock-up for the marker for Tiger Dowdell. It would have a QR code on it and minimum text, with the hope that people will scan the QR code that will lead you to a web page hosted by the Watkins Museum that will have all of the information about the writing that was going on and the events of that summer, the event of Tiger Dowdell's death on the alley behind the Arts Center, and the shooting of Nick Rice on Oriad Avenue, and all that information would be there. Hopefully, there would also be linked to the Lawrence Times articles that were recently published on the events, to have additional information there as well. Also noting that there's additional information at the Spencer Research Library and places like that, what books you can read, all those sorts of things that you can really engage in if you want to. One of the representatives of the committee also mentioned that if we can find funding, it would be good to have perhaps actual video interviews with people who were impacted by the shootings, whether they be family members or police officers, or and hopefully have that on the webpage too. So the webpage is still a work in process. It takes a while to fabricate markers, and so the thought was to move forward and get the markers to the Historic Resources Commission to look at, and get some feedback on that so we could move forward. This is the location proposed for the Dowdell marker. This is 10th Street here, the old Salvation Army building here, and then the marker would be here in the public right-of-way. This is the proposed marker for Nick Rice that has his death date on it, and also includes the text that he was killed by Lawrence police. We've gotten a lot of feedback on whether or not this text is accurate, because there was never an official finding body court case or official report that identified that he was killed by Lawrence police. That's a matter of discussion in the community that needs to take place. But this would be the location of that marker, somewhere near the tree in the shade. This is Oriad Avenue. That's the entrance to the parking garage there. The city water tanks are over here on the left side of the screen. We've gotten a lot of responses since the commission packet was posted about the text on the markers, whether or not there's enough text on the marker that maybe we shouldn't try to be so brief on the marker and have more explanation on the markers themselves as to what events unfolded. Whether or not using that they were killed by Lawrence police is appropriate. Perhaps it's appropriate for Tiger Dowdell where that's not disputed, and maybe for Nick Rice it's not appropriate. There's some options for you available. One of the things that you can do is take all the information that hopefully you'll hear in public comment tonight, and the public comment you received in your letters to the packet, and send this back to the committee and have them look at this again as far as how much text you think needs to be on the marker. Do we need to look maybe at a larger marker with more text that clearly has enough information where we're not trying to be so succinct that we're worried about one or two words? Not that we won't always be concerned about all the words on the marker, because it's important to get it accurate, but that is a possibility for you to consider this evening. You can take the recommendation from this committee and approve, add your recommendation to it. It would go to the City Commission. They are the ultimate approval authority for this project. It should be noted that Jeff Hatfield and his family have offered to pay for the markers, so the only cost to the city would be the installation and then the upkeep of the markers. Staff still thinks that one possible alternative may be to change that text to just say killed near here instead of identifying who did the killing. You could have unique text for each plaque, one that says killed by the Lawrence police for Dowdell with just killed near here for Nick Rice. That would be an option that you could forward to today that reflects the facts as we know them. And without interpretation. And then, like I said, you can take all this information in, direct staff and the committee to look at different things, and come back with either the same proposal, maybe this is it, maybe this is the best that we need to move forward, or maybe there's opportunity to improve on the proposal before we send it up to the City Commission. And I will let Will chime in. He sits on the committee as to kind of his thoughts on where the committee is, and then we can take some public comment and get that information to you, and then we can bring it back and staff can help explore these options with you and see how you would like to proceed.
Thank you, Lynn. Can I go ahead and, okay. Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, so I work at the Watkins Museum, and I was not involved in the initial stages of the project to, the decision to have markers what they should look like, that sort of thing. I was involved in the part of trying to revise the language. And, just to back up a little, once you decide to once a group decides to create and place historic markers, as soon as that decision is made, there's going to be contention because you can never have language that's going to satisfy everyone. By their nature, a marker can't tell you the complete story of an event, especially one or events that are so contentious to this day. The text and imagery can be written and selected based on weighing of the evidence available. And as a historian, and working with historians and with family members of the people affected by these events, namely the victims, we can create that content responsibly. And also, these particular design of marker would provide, and this addresses some of the concerns that were included in the packet of material for this agenda item that the public sent to staff. That yes, the average John Q. public passing by this marker is probably not going to scan it. It's just, the majority of people seeing it aren't going to do that. But this design of marker with a QR code that will connect to resources for for more materials on these topics, they will provide the opportunity for one to learn more about these topics. Of course, the individual has to make that decision to make that leap to look at that material. My knowledge of these events began when I started working at the Watkins in 2015. More recently, my knowledge has been enhanced by the really stellar investigative journalism by Connor Mitchell with the Lawrence Times. So certainly we took that into account when we discussed the revising of the text, or certainly I did. So for me, I think it's possibly a little less ambiguous than it is for other people as to who the perpetrators were. But having said that, I really appreciated seeing all the materials that the public submitted and reading their concerns about this. And I will say that, of course, we can't necessarily base our decisions on what some other body is going to do in the future, like namely the Watkins Museum. But when we are able to start developing materials for the web pages that the QR codes would link to on the markers, we can meet with some of the folks possibly who provided those materials and even contact them about finding a way to include more material, particularly primary sources, the words of those who were there at the time. Like the oral histories that Lynn mentioned that we want to create, things like that, that will provide the user with a richer understanding of these events. So, thank you. I don't know if that clarified anything or made it even more confusing.
Well, I don't know if it's time for my question or not, a question. Has the Dowdell family chimed in? I mean, do they have recommendations on the wording for the plaque?
Both Chris Rice and two members of the Dowdell family are on the committee that is working on these markers.
Okay.
On the language. Yeah.
And we'd like to take public comment if there's any.
Yes, I'm Kerry Altenburn. First off, I'd like to say that I'm here speaking for myself tonight. I'm not speaking for anybody, any other group or anything that I'm associated with. And I've been working on this personally for a long time. I was around at the time. I didn't know either of the victims. But it's always been a sore spot with me that it wasn't being taken care of. It wasn't being taken seriously. And I'm not sure that the way the marker is proposed right here takes it seriously enough. From my understanding, it's 12 by 15 inch sign. That's about the size of your laptop screens. That's not big enough. If making it bigger to, like 24 by 18 by 24 minimum, as other signs in the city are of that, would give more room for text. And also be able to say a little bit more about what happened. Tiger Dowdell's killer is known, and I think that should be on there, should be named. The fact that no one ever made Nick Rice's killer public record doesn't mean no one knows who the killer was. I believe the KBI determined that many years ago. So that's a concern that I have, that the marker is not, in its present configuration, sufficient to give the importance. We've got a lynching marker now. We've got Margaret Vinegar's marker. Those are extremely important markers, and I don't think these markers are any less important to the city of Lawrence. They speak to the soul of Lawrence and what Lawrence really should be and thinks itself to be. And to have such a dinky little marker with almost no context on the marker itself that actually would be read by people is a failure to both of those young men who lost their lives so many years ago. And I would hope that the commission would look into that and say, yes, let's look at this again and perhaps spend a little more time and a little more money perhaps. If there's any problem with money, I can guarantee you if you need money, there will be fundraisers that would get the money. There are, I think everybody that sent in information would be willing to chip in. And the concern was, I did have some concerns about who would control the narrative on the QR code. Well, it sounds like Watkins may be controlling that, and I'm happy about that. That relieves me of my angst on that. Because it is a contentious issue, and there are as many people who still in this era don't want the truth to come out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Katie Walsh. I'm only speaking for myself, not any of the groups I belong to. I took a magnifying glass to my laptop, and it looks like it's 12 by 12, not 12 by 15, right? Anyway, so it's dinky. It doesn't respect the people who died. I think my friends in East Lawrence would be proud to have a larger marker about this important event. Personally, I think we need to step back. I really hope you don't decide tonight. If the narrative is not done and it's not out there, how can you approve this? I respect Watkins, I'm a member. I know they'll do a great job, but this is a very touchy subject. Racism, cops, poor people, there's so many issues floating around. So I need to know personally who's on the marker committee, and we need names, not just who they work for. I mean, we need to be transparent. So what is the process that the marker committee has used? It'd be important because I think this sets a precedent for more markers later, and hopefully it won't take 4.5 years to get there. Mm-hmm. Let's see, I think that Chris Rice is so tired. I think he's just weary. He's been fighting so long. His parents fought, they've died. His mom wrote a book. All that stuff is up at the Spencer. I think he's just weary. He wants a marker for his brother. I think we owe Nick Rice and Tiger Dowdell more respect than these small, there's not enough verbiage on them, and yes, I agree, not everybody's going to go to the QR code. I would urge everybody, like I do, to go to Monument Lab. This is an organization that's working worldwide. I've said it before to you. I said in all the groups I'm a part of. Monument Lab is helping communities across the world think about their monuments, what they want to remove, what they want to replace them with, what monuments can be. I would just urge you, go to the website, Monument Lab. They're fabulous. They came here a couple of months ago and had a workshop. Both of these young men were shot in the back of the head. I think, personally, I think that should be on the marker. It tells you a lot about what happened. I'm sorry, I feel really strongly about all this, but I just hope that the process can be more transparent so we all know who's making these decisions, and then not vote to approve these markers until we know what the verbiage is going to be. What is the narrative? Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to comment, either in person or online? Hearing none. Avery, could you pull back up the slide that had showed options or?
You wouldn't know. This is Commissioner Meyer. I'll be honest, I, for one, would probably like to defer it a month. I mean, we've had a long agenda tonight, and our packet included 470 pages of material for all these various things tonight. And this particular project took up some of it, but does not include the other materials that were referenced to it. I know that I spent a large amount of time trying to take it all in, and it was really impossible to do on the time frame that we had. I think that some of the questions that I have regarding markers, because we haven't done a whole lot of them, is, and maybe Will, you can speak to this, but like, is QR code markers where we're going with this in the future? If we're not, I mean, because, I have questions just about the marker itself in addition to what it is. I mean, I don't know if the reason for the size of it was related to the fact there's a QR code and people can go and look up other stuff. I also have questions about the QR code. I mean, if the point of the marker is really to send people somewhere else, who's doing the taking care of that information and curating that information? And is that going to stay at that location, or is it at some point going to be gone, and then we have a marker with a QR code that's meaningless? I mean, so there's, I think, several questions that I have about that process, in addition to the substantive issue of what's on it.
Yeah. Lynn, could you maybe speak a little bit about the decision about the design of the physicality of it? Because I wasn't part of that.
Sure.
I'm sorry, not to interrupt, but I was unable to unmute or signal that I wanted to make a public comment. Should I wait or?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Steve Case. I am a retired research associate professor from KU. I am not speaking on behalf of KU or anybody else but myself. I appreciate the comments on the marker, and I do believe they should be bigger. And I also appreciate more investigation into QR codes and the narrative on the markers. I do have a concern about the text and the amount of text on the markers, because the context of the days, the rage in the community in the spring and summer of 1970, Nick and Tiger were killed in the context of the days of rage. And that's not a part of the text, and that context is important. To just read they were killed by the police, especially in a modern context, people will kind of misread that.
That's not what it says.
And that, the what? Oh, I'm sorry. The days of rage are an important part of that. In terms of my connection to this, Chris Rice is a lifelong friend. We went through elementary school, kindergarten, elementary school, summer camp. Nick is his older brother, who I knew growing up, grew up in the neighborhood with them, showed up in Lawrence 18 months after Nick's killing. Both of my older brothers were in Lawrence at the time. My brother Bob, who, if you remember the Billy Spears band, was the steel pedal guitar player for Billy Spears. And he was also a cook at the gas line. And my brother John was also living there at the time. What I heard in public comments was Nick Rice got what he deserved, and that was made by public officials, police officials, city officials, and to a 16-year-old kid at the time who was about to show up on the Lawrence campus, that was highly traumatic. It changed the course of my life. I've worked on social justice issues throughout my life, starting with that kind of triggering event. And for people like me, these markers are an important part of the context of the Lawrence community, the broader context of the days of rage and what were going on in Lawrence, and the killing by the Lawrence police of Nick and Tiger Dowdell. And the KBI did recover the missing bullet and traced it to the gun and to the police officer that fired the rifle. So the finding is not in dispute. Findings on the narrative should be findings of fact by the court of law, and the KBI needs to close the case. But the findings are sufficient for historians to add enough text to a larger marker so that people would follow the QR code and go to the Watkins Museum and the Spencer Museum for more information. I hope that you can move ahead. As was pointed out, Chris is tired. He's been fighting for this. His family, his mother passed away recently, well, a year or two ago, and without the satisfaction of knowing that what happened was out there, and her son was not a terrorist or did not deserve what happened to him, and is an important part of the Lawrence community and the history of the Lawrence community, and particularly the history of those days. I appreciate your work on this. I'd like to see you moving along as quickly as possible. Thanks for your time, and thanks for letting me interrupt in the wrong part of the process.
Thank you.
So just to kind of give you a little bit of discussion about markers in general, that you probably, it's been a while. I don't think any of you were on the commission. Maybe Jody. I don't know. Anyway, when Chris Rice made this request to the city, at the same time, the city realized they did not have a mechanism to handle these types of requests. And so they also directed the HRC to establish a marker committee, which was also established at the same time and has not met recently, but we are trying to set up a meeting with them hopefully this month. We got to the point in that committee where one of the committee members who used to be the HRC rep, historian, did a rubric for what types of markers would be appropriate for the city to support. So that's the next step for that committee. So that committee is looking at a global aspect of what markers in the city should look like. Should they have QR codes? Who's going to be responsible for them? Is it all going to be text? What size should they be? What, you know, all those kinds of things are part of what that committee is looking at, and they're working on it. And like I said, right now they're to the point of what types of markers would be appropriate. So they're working on that. This came in separately, so it's not really under that marker subcommittee. It's its own entity. Like similarly, at the time we were dealing with signs at Grover Barn that were looked at independently from the marker subcommittee. Also the swimming pool marker that I don't know if you remember that or not, but that went through without going through the marker subcommittee. So the marker subcommittee is trying to put together a cohesive plan that will have an application. It will have the types of markers that you can use. Here's the rubric to score to see if it's an appropriate marker for the city to pursue, those types of things. This is outside of that group because it did come in before that group was set up. It has a little bit unique characteristics and its own time frame to move forward. The size of the marker was determined trying to make it fit in to the overall character of the neighborhoods where the markers would be placed. And that was looking at the overall character being residential and not urban, so to speak, and trying to find a marker that would stand out enough that people would notice it, thereby being raised, unlike some of the flat footstones that we have around town that people don't even know exist because you can walk right by them and never see them. So that was the size discussion. I think it would be appropriate to revisit that size discussion based on the public comment that you've received about this request and whether or not maybe these locations are appropriate and could take a little bit larger marker to have more context on it. I definitely think we need to have a discussion about the QR code. I think they're around to stay. Hopefully the Watkins isn't going anywhere. But what we can do is look at a policy that says if for whatever reason they're no longer maintaining that page, we would have to, readjust the marker. I mean, that would be an appropriate recommendation to make. Does that help answer any of the questions?
Yes, thank you,
Who's on the marker committee?
For these two markers, for the Dowdell and Rice.
Big one.
Okay, for the general marker committee, it is a representative, the historian representative of the HRC, which is Will Haynes. It is a member of Parks and Recreation staff, which is Porter O'Neill, who's an assistant director with Parks and Rec. It is supposed to be a member of the Human Relations Commission. The person that was the representative of that committee moved off of that commission, and they have not had a quorum and met to reappoint someone to that committee, so that position is vacant right now. Faris Mohammed, who is the city's inclusivity and equity director, is on the committee. Steve Nowak with Watkins is on there, and myself. Am I forgetting anybody? I have to look, but I think that's it. For the Rice and Dowdell markers, that committee, the human relations person on that committee was the same one on the marker committee, so she left, and so she's no longer on there, so there's not a representative from that committee. But the other members of that group, of that working group, have been Chris Rice, who is the brother of Nick Rice, two of Tiger's brothers, and one of them Stephen, and one of them is, I'm sorry, that name escapes me off the top of my head. And I can publish all this and put it out there for everybody to see. Steve from the Watkins, Will from the HRC, Porter from Parks and Rec, and Ferris from Diversity and Equity and Inclusion. And I think I got everybody. I'd have to check my notes, but.
Does the HRC, do we have as a viable action to send it back to that committee?
Yes, and I think you would want to send it back with all the public comment that you've received and any comments that you might have. Do you think the markers should be bigger and have more text? So I think One thing that you would want to address tonight that was brought up in some of the communications and also by Ms. Walsh is, do you want to have that webpage designed to go with the markers so you know what the QR code links to, what that context is? That's really important for some people. And maybe a better way to have it all together to move forward. I think you would want to give some feedback to the committee so they kind of know where you are in your thought process.
I think the HRC all has would have some feedback. To your earlier point, do you wish to make a motion to defer this or go through comments?
I'll be honest,
now?
there's so many aspects of this that I need to think about that I personally don't think that I could make a bunch of suggestions right now to the committee.
Take a shot.
I mean,
Because I had many of these same questions looking at this, and it goes back to what I've been asking for as a commissioner since I, got on the committee about procedures and criteria for all historic markers. And we keep, we do these piecemeal markers, and we're not, blindly, shall I say. I would move that we defer this, the Dowdell and Rice markers until we receive, as soon as possible, not waiting another 2 years or year or 6 months or what have you, but in a timely fashion, that we receive a formal narrative for both markers to be discussed by the committee, to, particularly to be approved by especially the families and Chris Rice, the two Dowdell brothers and Chris Rice. To enlarge the size, to put at least 2 or 3 sentences on it, so we can approve the narrative, okay? It needs to be, the markers need to be larger. The locations appear to be fine. And I think the other thing is we really need to see the content. We need to read the content on a future website at Watkins Museum, because that is where the bone of contention lies with so many various folks who aren't even in this room, okay? There's lots of debates, and because history, as we know, is a matter of interpretation by individuals based on the exact same evidence. People will interpret the evidence differently. So we really need to see the content at Watkins. The whole QR code thing, I personally don't believe it's going to be around in 50 years, okay? But that could just be me. But again, and the other concerns I have about all markers, including these two, are maintenance. How are the markers positioned? Are they facing the south side where the sun's going to shine on them and fade them? I mean, who's going to, clean any potential graffiti? I mean, all of those sorts of things. Those are larger marker committee issues. Do you know what I'm saying? That I think we ought to have codified somehow, so that when we have future marker proposals, we have some kind of a better structure. Knowing in advance, here's what HRC needs to see before you bring a proposal. We need the full narrative. We need larger.
well,
In this case, we need larger. So,
this is Commissioner Meyer. I guess I would just move that we defer it to next month, because I think part of the issue is whether or not we would recommend not using a QR code, like some of the commentators have made tonight. I think to the vinegar one we did, and it has more lines and kind of explain. I mean, this is obviously, I'm not sure you could get all the lines on there to describe it, but that may still be a point of issue, whether that's appropriate or not appropriate. I mean, maybe the idea of the QR code was just because there's so much to be said that it was easier to send someone there. I'm not sure, but.
well, right now there's a longer sentence about the QR code and visiting Watkins Museum than there is about the individuals.
Right.
So I just find that really ironic. I mean, that needs to be reversed a lot. Okay.
I share, I think all of the concerns that you've expressed, I share them too. We have two motions, they're complex. We have two motions on the floor. I'm going to second Commissioner Meyer's motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Of deferring?
Just to defer to next.
Straight
Just plain
deferring.
deferring, just plain deferring.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Could I say something before I vote on this? If the motion to defer is based on the idea that the content of the website would be up by next month, no.
Yeah, it's not
going to happen. So if it's just deferring it to decide on the QR code and the design of the marker, then I would be.
The way I interpret.
I would like to
maybe if you could, like, say your motion again, please. Sorry.
Well, my motion was just to defer it to next month. I mean, there's a lot of information, I think a lot of factors to consider, both information in the packet, public comments that have been made, you know, whether or not maybe leaving it as a QR code, but what should this say? Not having it as a QR code and putting more verbiage on there. I mean, I guess I just want some time to think about that, or if we're going to articulate sending it back to the committee, what would those suggestions be? Like right now, I don't have that. So I guess I'm just saying that I want some time to mull it all over.
And the reason for my seconding was because the simplicity and the guarantee that it comes back next month.
Yeah.
We ask that it be the first item on the agenda, if that's possible, so that those that wish to attend that have already been here don't have to sit through a 3-hour meeting, if it could be adjusted. And it's just a simpler motion that we address first thing. Because there were so many emails that were coming in hours before.
Yeah.
I just want a moment to pause.
Deferring so we have time to process what we already got and not necessarily thinking that anything is going to be different by next month to decide on.
But again, that's why I'm hoping we would have a draft narrative for both people in a month. You know, I don't want this dragging out for another 6 months or a year.
Yeah.
It's already been 4 years.
Right. I do not think that the committee can get together, get the information they need, and come up with draft text for a marker before the next meeting, because you have to realize we have to have all of that stuff almost 2 weeks in advance to get it into the system to produce the packet. So there's really not enough time to get new text to you for the May meeting.
That's my concern.
So we have a motion, we have a second, and we have an in-process vote. We have 2 ayes.
Aye.
I'm going to say nay.
Motion carries, deferred to next month. And if it's possible, I don't know if it's possible, but if we could move it to the top of the agenda, that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
Moving on to item D7.
I didn't know where I was going. I was like, it's all you, Avery, go ahead. We have been waiting in anticipation, wondering if the State Historic Preservation Office was going to actually do Historic Preservation Fund grants this year, because they didn't announce in December like they usually do. And they finally did announce a couple of weeks ago that they have opened the Historic Preservation Fund grants. The grant eligibility projects were included in the cover summary in your packet of what those grants can do. Some of the grants the city has done in the past have been historic resources survey. Most recently, the Barker neighborhood, we did an intensive survey of the properties there. We also recently finished a resurvey and update to the National Register nomination for the Old West Lawrence Historic District. So those are some of the recent HPF grants the city's received and work that we've done. Couple of things of note. There is a very short turnaround. The application deadline is May 15th. I don't know if you had a chance to look at the application online, but most grant applications are fairly intense, so there is work that has to go into a grant application. The City of Lawrence, in our 2024 budget, budgeted for a Historic Preservation Fund grant to submit for a National Register nomination. for the University Place neighborhood. We had had discussions with the neighborhood a couple of years ago, and that just had kind of carried forward. We had some interest from the neighborhood saying, yeah, we're still interested. We're talking amongst ourselves. So we did go ahead and put that in the 2024 budget to do a grant, to apply for a grant that would hire a consultant to write a National Register of Historic Places nomination for the University Place neighborhood. The City of Lawrence is a certified local government, so the State Historic Preservation Office has to pass 10% of their allowance from the National Park Service on to certified local governments to do preservation at the local level. So when we apply for a grant as a certified local government, we get kind of bumped up the list a little bit for being a certified local government. So that's just something to keep in mind. I noted in the cover summary that staff has some significant staff constraints right now with the projects that we are working on and trying to get through the process, and that have been on the back burner for a long time. Chapter 22 took a lot of staff time over the last several years, and although it's passed the City Commission and is now ordinance, now we have the training to do for staff in the community. So that's still ongoing a little bit. The marker committee is a big one for staff to try to get that moving forward. We're also, historic resources staff is also working on a neighborhood plan for the East Lawrence neighborhood, which needs to take priority. I'm just putting that out there so you kind of have an understanding, and a website that actually you can go to a city website and see what properties are listed on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. So those are the things that staff is working on right now that limits the staff availability to work on additional grant projects. For a National Register nomination grant, the State Historic Preservation Office wants to see commitment by the neighborhood that is proposing a National Register Historic District that they are in support of the district nomination. And the reason is that when what was happening is they were awarding grants to communities to do National Register nominations. The community would pay a consultant. The consultant would come in and do a $25,000, $35,000 grant to write a National Register nomination. And then when it came time to actually list the district, the property owners were not in support. And so that was grant money that could have been spent on preservation projects that would come to fruition. So they like to see that there is the majority of property owners within the historic district supporting a historic district nomination before, as part of the grant application for a National Register nomination for a historic district. When the University Place neighborhood got in touch with staff several years ago, we talked about that. We talked about the importance of having the neighborhood support, that was part of the grant application that needed to be addressed. The neighborhood group got back in touch with staff last year. So we think we're ready, we're really interested. What's our next step? And so the next step is getting the neighborhood together, seeing if you have the majority of property owners in support of doing a nomination for a historic district. So the Neighborhood Association did go through that process. You got some correspondence from them that they did a poll of the property owners within their neighborhood. Staff did attend a couple of meetings to answer questions for property owners about what the impact on the property would be, their property would be if they were listed in the National Register of Historic Places. As you can see from your communications, there are a lot of differing opinions in the neighborhood as to whether or not there's true support for a historic district in the neighborhood. So that's something to consider. When it comes down to it, the Director of Planning and Development Services will make a determination whether or not he has the staffing and the funding to move forward with a grant application for a Historic Preservation Fund grant. In the past, this commission has provided direction to staff. This is a good grant idea. This is a good grant idea. Have you thought about these grant ideas? And giving us the ideas that would meet the intent of what the Historic Resources Commission supports with identification, evaluation, protection of historic resources in Lawrence. It's not what you send back to staff doesn't mean that's what we're going to apply for, but it's like direction and good knowledge to have and comment. It also allows the public to have a forum to comment on grant opportunities that they think the city should be seeking. One of the things, you had the letter, the correspondence about municipal stadium. I think that would be an excellent Historic Preservation Fund grant request to do a National Register nomination for the stadium. One that staff has talked about and has come about with working with the East Lawrence Neighborhood Plan and with the Brick Streets and Sidewalks planning is that we have not looked at historic properties in Lawrence through an equitable lens and trying to see if we're, really looking at all of our historic resources. Are we hyper-focused on high-style Queen Anne's and maybe we're not doing African American history the way we should do it? So one of the things that staff would like to see, although it may not be possible for this year, would be to hire a consultant to look at the history of Lawrence with equity and inclusion in mind and identify areas that the Historic Resources Commission and the city need to be paying attention to as far as looking at places we need to seek out landmark nominations or look for conservation overlay district protection for those areas that are associated with histories that may not have been as popularized by what we have listed in the National Register of Historic Places currently. So that idea is out there. I'm throwing lots at you. Want to get you to take public comment on possible grant application opportunities, ideas that the public may have, and then certainly you'll have your own, and then a frank discussion about what you would see those priorities being and making any recommendations if you want to or if you choose not to apply for HPF grants.
This is Commissioner Meyer. I guess I have a question, which is, why are these not, I mean, maybe they are, I just don't recall it, but why aren't these continuing conversations about fund grants? I mean, I realize that we don't know if they're going to be there or not, but then we get it on a meeting and the deadline is in a month or whatever it was. And so I guess, is there a priority? I mean, we sort of talked about that, but how do we figure these things out in advance, like without a short deadline?
I think that's one of the reasons that staff added time to your training, and you're going to do a half-a-day training with part of that day training and part of it planning, is because because they do have such a quick turnaround, we really need to have kind of a goal and objective kind of list of priorities of things that we know that we need to do and we need to seek out, and that plan can help us prepare for that in the future. It doesn't really help us for this year. Your training is, I believe, on May 31st. Is that the right date?
April 25, too. I have a similar. When are we going to have a work day plan, a work plan?
The work plan discussion is at that training. Avery's looking up the date, but it's May 31st. May 31st. We sent that out to everybody.
Because these are all, we have a whole list of priorities to discuss, and we haven't been able to talk about them this year.
Right. And it may be, we don't have to apply for grants this year. It may be that we recognize that there's a staff limitation of time right now, and we don't have the priorities set, and we want to do that planning, and we wait until next year's funding cycle. It may be that there's something that's easy that floats to the top that we say, yeah, why don't you go ahead and try to do that this year while we do these other things. I think that's a conversation that you need to have.
Okay, I'm going to stop asking questions so we can get to public comment. So people can go home who want to go home.
To that point, any member of the public who wishes to speak, please step up.
I can just pass them down if that's easier. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dealer's choice.
Hi, I'm Judy Dutton. I live at 1716 Mississippi in the University Place neighborhood. Sorry, I'm about to lose my voice. I want to bring this back to our grant, the grant that we're applying for, and I know the timeline's really, really short, but we've been working on this. I've given you the timeline of how we worked on this. I know you've received some emails and some other correspondence talking about the process. I'd just like you to see our process and when we did begin this for the second time. We did start this in January of 28th. I headed the committee. We have met several times. The committee, the neighborhood was invited. Anyone who wanted to be on the committee was welcome. I think our first meeting was at my house, and there were 20 people that showed up on the committee. Over time, that group, some of them dropped out. Some people were for it, some people were against it. We didn't have to be for it to be on the committee. We live in a very fragile neighborhood between Lawrence High and the university, and as you see what's happening to the university on the north side, we know it's going to be happening on the south side. We live in fairly modest houses, ranging, I think the house I live in is 2-story and has about 1,600 square feet. There are smaller houses, there are larger houses, but we're a fairly modest neighborhood with great historical significance, both in the architecture and in the people who have lived there. 3 houses have been owned by James Naismith. Another was Cora Downs, who is an internationally known microbiologist, and Clara Downs, I think is her name. And then Norma Storer, who was a famous astronomer. So we have not only the architecture, we also have fairly significant people who've lived in that neighborhood. We're a close-knit neighborhood, and we work together well. We certainly have our disagreements, as you will see from the correspondence you've received and from what I'm saying tonight. What we're applying for, what we want to apply for is the grant. That's what we're asking from the city at this point. We would like to be designated a historic district because we feel like it will protect our neighborhood, it will maintain the character of our neighborhood, and that we will be able to make the improvements as we go along within the same more accepted architecture that we want. And I understand that they won't all be the same, and that's fine. We just would like to have some guidelines about what we're doing. But mostly we want to protect the character of our neighborhood. And yeah, we do want to keep from having it turn into another student neighborhood where we have more wild parties, which I've had on both sides of me when they've been rentals. We are not trying to keep people out of our neighborhood. I know that's one of the arguments, is that we're trying to keep people out. We don't want people included. That's not the case. We have a lot of rentals. We would love to have more diversity in our neighborhood. What we don't want is to break it down into another student neighborhood where there are lots of rentals, duplexes, fourplexes. that will move our house, will take our houses out of supply, and having more houses in the neighborhood will not provide affordable housing. They will go for KU students, and we have parents who are buying $500,000 houses in our neighborhood for their students. All right, thank you.
No kidding.
Do we have anyone else wishing to speak, either in person or online?
I'd like to speak at the appropriate time.
Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, good evening, Vice Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Chris Cocaruta. I'm the owner of 1725 Mississippi Street, basically across the street from Judy. I basically would like the Commission to deny the request for the association's application for an HPF grant to hire a consultant to write a National Register of Historic Places nomination for the neighborhood for a few reasons. One, as noted in the Commission's agenda item report, the University Place Neighborhood Association solicited votes from respective property owners regarding whether to move forward with requesting the assistance of the city. According to the association, of about 244 ballots sent out, only 89 votes were received. So that means that less than 40% of the respective property owners even responded or even voted in any fashion. Of those 89 responses, 52 voted yes, 37 no. So that means, only 21% of the 244 property owners are actually in favor of pursuing the district. So just to state that again, because I think that's critical, only 21% of the 244 properties that we're talking about in this discussion are in favor of the district. So that lack of support, I think, for the endeavor to sort of loop back to what Ms. Zollner said, should kind of be dispositive necessarily of this issue, this matter, because a historic district designation from the National Register requires a majority of the property owners to consent to the designation. I sent you correspondence yesterday afternoon from the Deputy State of Historic Preservation, one of the officers there from late February of this year, explained that we've got to have documentation of at least 50% of the property owners are in favor of the grant application before award can even be considered. So the association can't even get a majority of the owners to even respond, let alone, grant approval. So I think that lack of support for the endeavor really calls into question whether this is a wise use of what sounds like you have, fairly limited city resources to support a project like that. So there's no feasibility, there's no support for it. So respectfully, I think the Commission doesn't really need to go any further in its analysis of the request. I want to point out also that, and I heard, respectfully, one of the commissioners make a comment that, there's not as much concern for motivation, but I think motivation does matter. There's a number of communications from homeowners within the neighborhood that make clear this is an effort that's not about preserving the historic aspects of the neighborhood, if any, but rather seeking sort of a loophole to prevent development of affordable or higher density housing within the neighborhood or keep students out or whatever the case may be. So I think that motivation does matter, especially considering the neighborhood abuts a major university. So with that, respectfully request that the Commission make whatever recommendation it needs to or take whatever action or lack of action is necessary to oppose a grant application moving forward on this project. So thank you for your time and consideration. I want to mention finally the lawyer disclaimer. None of my opinions are of my clients, they're my own. So I'll put that on the record. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mike Delaney, I'm the president of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. And I really don't have much to offer on this particular grant request. I'm late to the party on this, but I want to emphasize for the Commission's consideration at your planning meeting and whatnot that having a series of grants, one a year, every year, off into the indefinite future until every older house in Lawrence has been surveyed is important. And the HRC ought to be trying to ensure that that's made available in the budget that supports the staff. Part of the problem with the process is that these grants require a 40% match from the local community. And Lawrence, at least in recent years, has been using staff time as a part of that match. And staff has lots of other issues to deal with, like the sort of building issues that have come before us, before the commission tonight. We actually had an opportunity today to watch a webinar with Lynn and a couple of the members of the LPA about collaborations between historic preservation commissions and the not-for-profits like ours. And I think there's a basis here for us to collaborate with the city to help perhaps come up with a portion of the match if the city will match the rest in cash, so the staff time doesn't have to be devoted to this. And so on a going forward basis, there may be a way to hire consultants to do some of this work. That's the first point. The second point is if the HRC is looking for smaller asks of staff, individual there isn't a prohibition on the city seeking a grant to nominate some individual properties, so that if there are particular people in that neighborhood who've had their properties surveyed and they've been determined to be eligible, the HRC could ask for a grant to write nominations for those properties. So it's not necessarily an all or nothing thing, and you don't have to worry about 50% approval if the individual homeowner is asking for a listing on his or her property, or perhaps 2 or 3 people in a block are asking for that. So there is a way even with the demands on staff being what they are, to break this down into a smaller piece this year, and then in your planning session look at dealing with this in a larger way in future years.
Thank you, Mike.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Scott Mitchell. My wife and I own a home in University Place, and I am strongly opposed to seeking this grant for University Place. And I urge you to hit the brakes on this process and not send this recommendation on. So as others have said, 244 homes were sent this ballot. Only 21% of homes voted that they wanted to pursue this. We should have a really, really high bar in this community to pursue a neighborhood-wide designation, and this isn't even close to garnering 50% of residents, let alone 25% of residents that want this. Your decision is really important. What you suggest is important because this issue isn't going to come back to the neighborhood for another vote on this. It's not going to come to the HRC, I think, for a public vote. It's not going to go to the City Commission. If I understand it, if this grant is awarded, the survey is going to be done, this nomination will be written, and then for the neighborhood to actually overturn this, you would have to have 51% of neighbors send in a notarized letter of opposition. That's a really tall task to get that done. Our neighborhood didn't really have a period of neighborhood discussion about different options for historic designations. Some others that were mentioned. This ballot was just sent to everyone with a letter. There was an email sent around. If you were interested in pursuing historic designations, you could have a meeting, but basically this letter was sent out with this ballot. And then we had this vote that wasn't particularly transparent, I'd say. A lot of the neighbors that were on this committee, they've advertised it as kind of a tool to fight coming zoning changes. We've heard a little bit about, I'm sorry? Oh, okay, sorry. Coming zoning changes, we've heard about using it to potentially block rentals in the neighborhood, student renters, for example. or even as a tool to block development on KU's campus. One of these committee members said, we had a bus depot that was going to be located around the neighborhood periphery possibly a few years ago, that this would be a way to stop something like that. I think these are all kind of misleading fear tactics, and these grants, these districts shouldn't be used for that purpose. So this is our homes. This is emotional for, I think, everyone on both sides of the aisle, of course. I realize that you guys are volunteering your time to oversee preservation in the community, but these aren't just honorifics, right? There's hundreds of pages of regulation that go into this. So we need a really high bar if we're going to force people into these districts, and not just a rough vote of 20%, 21% of neighbors that's going to kick off this process. We deserve a longer process with a more kind of robust education period and a rigorous vote, basically.
Time.
I don't think that forcing homeowners that are opposed to a district is really a fair thing to do.
Thank you.
So please think about both sides of this issue is what I'd ask. Thank you.
Do we have any additional comments?
I'm Mandy Enfield, 1635 Mississippi Street. And the neighborhood I've been in the neighborhood for a few years and been involved in this starting in 2022. Every neighborhood meeting we've had, this has been on the agenda. And then we've also had specific meetings. And I care a lot about community engagement, and when I started participating, I spoke about that and said we need to make sure we have paper, hard copy newsletters for people who don't get emails over the newsletter for engagement. We need to have in-person meetings that are accessible to people at different times, so during the day, in the evenings, on the weekends, some in public places. So we've covered all of those things. We've had, just our engagement numbers are, in 2022, we had 3 in-person meetings, 2 email communications, just sort of introing this idea. And then in 2023, we had 2 in-person meetings, 3 email communications, and 1 hand-delivered newsletter encouraging folks to be aware of the issue, get on the listserv, talk to your neighbors, and we've also had invitations to be come to our house and talk about it. And then in 2024, we've had 2 in-person meetings, 6 email communications, and 1 the delivered paper, letter, and ballot with it. So we've had a lot of engagement, and our interest in pursuing this has been over several years. It's genuine in relation to historic preservation. It's not for any other motivations that people are applying to the committee. And there's been, in all of these discussions since we met with Lynn twice, that a non-vote is a yes vote. And you can see in at least Jesse Pringle's letter, and then I have 2 neighbors that have talked to me that they understood a non-vote was a yes vote, and that's why they didn't vote. So I think that talking about the lack of engagement or the lack of participation is not necessarily a strong case. We've had a lot of engagement, and there was a lot of understanding about what a non-vote was. And I ask that you guys will really seriously consider this. We've been working on it for a long time. We've put the hours in. We've met with Lynn twice. She's committed time to the neighborhood and come in off hours and spoken to us. And I know it's a tight turnaround, and we're ready to do it. So if you guys have to make a decision, I think it would be this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Anything online, Avery?
I'm not seeing anyone online.
All right.
Oh, we have one person online. Tim McFerrin.
Yes, I'm actually one of the out-of-town owners of a property the last couple years in University Place. I do rent my property to students. after the rental's over, I plan on keeping the home. I will tell you that as an out-of-town owner, I did not receive a ballot until after the vote was taken, and it was only after I requested it. I have no idea if that happened to other out-of-town owners in this neighborhood, but certainly that was an issue to me. And, I've felt in the online or the email, I've felt I've just felt the antagonistic attitudes of a number of people that I'm an out-of-town owner. We just heard it tonight that I'm an out-of-town owner that purchased a $500,000 house for my kids. That's about as far from, I don't know if there's a $500,000 house in someone said it, it's a modest neighborhood. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I think that the fact that only, just a small percentage of the votes came back as an affirmative, and not by much over the negatives, I think that should go into your thinking about actually approving this grant. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Last call. Thank you. So I believe we have really essentially two actions tonight. The first is to accept public comment, which we have done. The second, optional, would be should the board wish to make recommendations to the Director of Planning and Development Services. We may do so at this time if anyone wishes to make any specific nominations, but we are under no requirement to make any. Is that correct, Lynn?
That's correct.
I'll just speak for myself only. I am not personally inclined to make any recommendations at this time, but any commissioners that have any they would like to, I would love to hear and discuss.
I would tend to agree with you, Chair Hawley. I know how incredibly frustrating it is to work in a neighborhood association and try to get involvement of hundreds of people, try to get their addresses, try to get their phone numbers and their emails, and get them to read a newsletter that you put on their door. I understand that. I live next door in Centennial neighborhood. And we used to have joint potlucks, and I thoroughly enjoyed them. And we had speakers, and it was fabulous. And then the good old pandemic hit, et cetera. So I am incredibly in sympathy with what UPNA people have gone through over the past, 2-3 years? At least, if not more, at least more. I understand that. I get it. And there's some gorgeous houses in that neighborhood and wonderful people. And again, it's so frustrating because I used to, walk newsletters through my neighborhood and try to get people to read, and they'd say, well, what about da-da-da-da-da? I said, it was in the newsletter. We emailed you. You're on the email list. Please talk to us, go to meetings, engage, okay? And there are simply a lot of people who won't. The other problem that I think you faced, along with what I've experienced myself, years ago, I don't even know what the numbers are, but Centennial is or was over 65% rental properties. And I'm pretty sure it probably still is. And I know UPNA is, I don't know what your rental numbers are, but it's high because we live near KU. And so, yes, so on top of all the other things I just described, we're also dealing with out-of-town property owners who don't read their emails, may not get their snail mail in time for any kind of ballot or voting decision or what have you. I mean, it just complicates it even more. And it's just so incredibly frustrating trying to get, how do you get the majority? How do you get at least 50% of your property owners in a particular boundary? And UPNA isn't all that big. How do you get over 50% of your owners to read and engage and vote and talk and attend and whatever? I mean, how do you do that? I don't know. I truly don't, and I'm incredibly frustrated along with you. And so I would agree with Commissioner Hawley that I would prefer not to take action, as much as that upsets me. I know, as much, but it's upsetting for lots of reasons, and it's really tough.
This is Commissioner Meyer. Lynn, I'm curious, I mean, because you can get grants to do surveys also, and so has this neighborhood been surveyed in the past?
Yes, the neighborhood has a partial survey that's enough to move forward without having to do a new survey. So as part of the National Register nomination, it would be resurveyed and updated, but it doesn't, we wouldn't need to do a grant to resurvey the neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
And just for this, I didn't clarify on my terse non-action request. I do want this board to make action on such requests, and this is not a demerit on the application, but to your point, I think this board we need to meet. We need to have a bullet-pointed list and ducks in a row and priorities before we make such reactions. That's my take and my reason for being in favor of no action at this time.
And I agree with you on
this
that,
time.
that we need our priorities. We need to, I would like to prioritize. We need us to discuss neighborhood associations and neighborhoods that need, and how we want to prioritize those. And I've been asking for that, I know, for some months, and we haven't had a chance to do it.
Okay, this is Commissioner Meyer. I guess my question is, I mean, there's fund grants available, and we only have what we have right now. So in terms, we have one group or person who's requesting to be able to apply for it. So I guess the question in my mind is are you saying not recommend anything because considering the report and the limited resources relating to the staff, that's the decision, not because you don't think it would necessarily be a good district or what have you?
That is correct.
Okay.
I am inclined to think it would be a good district. I think there could be a more slam dunk request that rectifies some of the real or perceived voting irregularities. But I think there's the bones of a valid request.
I don't think I have any evidence that there's regulators or not. I mean, I don't know, Lynn, when they consider applications when it comes down to support, like I mean, there's a comment earlier about no response is a yes vote. That doesn't really make sense. It doesn't make sense to me that it's a no vote or a yes vote. I mean, maybe some people think that, and maybe that's a problem in getting votes, but I guess I don't know how that looks to those determining grants.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the review committee for the Sites Board of Review, who's the one that does the grant awards, how they look at that. I know there is confusion because with a National Register nomination, when it comes time for the Park Service to list a district in the National Register of Historic Places, they look at ownership support as you have to have 51% of the property owners not want the historic district to stop the nomination. So if you don't send in anything and say, I'm in favor of it, does that make sense? You're considered that you're okay with it unless you submit that you're not. And so I think there was confusion in the neighborhood between that distinction and then with the poll that the neighborhood group was trying to get people to be interactive and say, yes, we support it or we don't. So I think there's probably more education that we can do in the neighborhood. I think we can probably look at a smaller district, maybe. I think the neighborhood is significant and worthy of National Register designation and would like to see it move forward. I just,
Well, I guess I personally don't see the harm in recommending it. Like, there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts as to whether it would even happen, but, I mean, that's just my take on it.
With the recommendation, Lynn, if there was a recommendation, would any adjustments be made? Like, I guess they would be made by city staff to shore up a case as part of the process? Is that?
because of the short turnaround, we wouldn't have time to go back to the neighborhood and do like another neighborhood vote, because like I mentioned, the grant is due May 15th. You know, that's something that we would continue to work with throughout the process.
But to be clear, we're just recommending that this project be considered for application. I mean, the director of planning can decide that they're not going to do it anyway, right? I mean,
That's correct.
We're just recommending that it be considered for application.
That's correct.
So.
Yeah. And the director of planning could consider it without our recommendation.
That's correct.
Oh. I guess I don't see the harm in considering it. I mean, the director of planning is going to know more about priorities and finances and all that. I mean, that's my take, but.
If you wanted to make such a motion,
I'll make.
I would second.
I will,
second it.
okay. I will move that we recommend to the Director of Planning and Development this specific project to be considered for application for the grant due on May 15th.
I'd like to second that. All those in favor, say
Aye.
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 Say nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh.
The suspense. The ayes have it. We have some work to do to get our ducks in the row for future grants, and good luck with, or I guess not good luck with your grant. It'll move on to the next step.
Good luck with whatever.
Thank you for your impassioned presentations on both sides, no matter which side you are on. With that, Lynn, do we have any miscellaneous items that have come before the board?
I have 16.
What?
No, I have
She's
no
joking.
miscellaneous items this
Oh,
evening.
God, really, it's gonna,
And let us adjourn. Thank you all.
thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Lynn, that was evil.
I'll see you not too long from now.